I've been trying to get in a podcast with you for a while now, Peter. I know you kind of went radio silent for a while. I've been eager to hear your side of things from your vantage point on the battlefield. And I mean, everything we're seeing right now is just insane. I mean, I don't even know what's real anymore, what's real, what's fake with all the AI crap on social media. But I know you're good at deciphering things, and it's an honor to have you on, man. Thank you.
Oh, it's great to have you. You know, I'm going to come right out of the gates and say that the stuff we're going to cover, I would say for the better part, well, shoot, it started back when I was involved with the Bundy Ranch protests, and I got indicted falsely. I mean, all the stuff you hear about the SPLC, the weaponization of government, that happened to me. They experimented with a smaller group, with the Bundy people, and then they practiced, and then, of course, took it to January 6th. So that's when my exposure to all the stuff we're going to talk about happened, because we decided we were going to go to trial, and we dug into all the paperwork, all the discovery, okay? And what I'm about to share with you leads to the following. Thank God, first of all, thank God President Trump came back in office.
Absolutely.
If that didn't happen, oh my goodness, we were done. We were done. But because he came into office, we voted him in. I've got some conspiracy theories about how that happened, because I do believe the military was involved partly with some of that. I do. Because they had been investigating. Here, I'm going to hold this up right here. See this?
Yep.
Stolen elections. And if you don't know, Ralph Pizzullo and the investigation that was going on for years, that the Venezuelans and the Serbians were hijacking elections over the past 20 years, and they overthrew 72 countries. Did you know about that, Nino?
Yeah. I've had Wano Saban has talked about that multiple times on the show, talking about 71 countries is the number I heard.
71, yeah. Well, 72 us, right?
Right.
I would have to say that because of the magnitude of where we're at, that the military had to say, oh, holy cow. When Biden was in office, I heard that they did not turn the nuclear codes over to him because they found, and the report was delivered by Radcliffe, I don't know if you know about that, on January 7th, that they found, and it was a big dispute. January 7th, Radcliffe delivered to Congress a report that showed that there was Chinese intervention in the 2020 election.
Yes. So I'm getting the same intel you are.
Yeah, and that is a fact. I saw the document. I know about his delivery. That's not a conspiracy theory. So the intelligence services and the military knew that there was foreign intervention in the election, but they don't get involved in our elections and, say, oh, the military is going to be in charge because we found this report. No, they have to take care of our nuclear arsenal. Now, I was in the military. I know about continuity of government because I was in aviation ordnance. I had a top secret security clearance. And I know that there's a procedure, literally. Back in the day, we used to call it 3-ring binders. What happens when XYZ happens? They have a mandate to protect us constitutionally. All right. They pull a 3-ring binder off the shelf. They open it up and they say, this is what happens. The Department of Energy has the highest levels of our military that are in charge of protecting our nuclear arsenal. They're not going to hand the football over to somebody that they know was installed by the Chinese or any outside foreign influence. So these are facts. And that was January 7th that set that in motion. Now, then, of course, all the auto pen, all that stuff, everything we've been suffering through, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to tell you right now that what is about to happen, and I think it's remarkable, we're going to be getting together on the 15th, 16th, and 17th, because I think that President Trump is going to be getting the biggest birthday present he's ever gotten in his entire life. And that is going to be the release of the ODNI report by Tulsi Gabbard about this right here, the stolen election. She has not only all of the data, but they proved up, okay? Meaning that they sat down and whether you like General Flynn or you dislike General, there's a lot of people out there on the internet. There's split like MAGA versus non-MAGA. General Flynn, Patrick Byrne, and a bunch of people sat down with these whistleblowers offshore, and they paid to have them show how they hacked the elections. Then they had to go through a vetting process. Then they had to get the DOJ involved. And the DOJ says, yeah, okay, you guys are trying to save yourselves. Show us that you know how to hack elections. So there's a long process where they had to show them exactly how the elections were hacked. I would say that they're even doing it in this latest California election, that they're still showing and providing final evidence as to how they're hacking elections, because it's so obvious right now. Now, it's taken a long time for this stuff to come out. Everybody knows elections are being hacked. We're watching it happen in California right now, live, real time. So when she releases that bombshell report, I know somebody that has read the report.
Wow. Okay.
In DC, I actually spoke to the person that read the report, and it is solid.
So how does this get out there? I mean, let's say is there going to be a proper press conference? She comes out and says, look, here it is. We have all the information. It was stolen. This is the way it's going to go down. I mean, is it going to be on the mainstream news? Is it just going to hit certain podcasts?
It's going to be the biggest thing that's ever happened in our life.
In June.
I'm gonna say I don't know. I mean, all signs point towards it. And let me tell you how I know that all signs are pointing towards it is because of the two federal grand juries for you heard of the grand conspiracy?
Yes.
Back in October of last year, I had been accused of being an FBI informant. I never spoke to the FBI ever. They used that as COINTELPRO against me to get the Patriots away from me. I had never been an FBI informant until October of 2025. And that's when I gave them all of the evidence that we're going to talk about in this. It's a brief segment. It's going to take a long time to unpack this, months to unpack all of it when the indictments come out. But I provided evidence back in October when James Comey was originally indicted. You remember that?
Yep.
It was through Lindsay Halligan's office. Lindsay Halligan set that up. I provided her with I have receipts like you wouldn't believe. And I'll give you a couple of examples of what I discovered through my cases. All of these black operatives. Nino, this is probably the first, even on my show, I hint towards it, okay? My show's smaller, right? They suppressed me. They disconnected me from millions. But what I discovered was that the FBI had 23 child porn servers housed in Fort Washington, Maryland. And the reason for that was not, they became the largest distributor of child porn, but all the black operatives communicated in the chat rooms. That's how these guys all operate.
No way.
Oh, yeah. We got hard drives with all the chat logs submitted to the government. Biden administration covered it up. I provided the FBI the receipts, the locations. Remember the burn bags?
Yeah.
The burn bags, the locations. It was at the CIA's OIG. Had the serial numbers of the discs. All of that stuff. This is in October of last year. Then Comey, guess what happened within a week after that? Comey's indictment got dismissed.
Right.
Of course, because they would never want this stuff to come out and have him get a superseding indictment because he was behind this. He was running Fort Washington, Maryland is where these computer servers were. Fort Washington, Maryland is basically an exact replica copy of everything the NSA has. And by the way, if I get too technical, slow me down, right?
No, I mean, you have the floor, man. This is interesting. Right. Everything you're saying right now to me is adding up. I mean, that's why Trump pulled the generals, some of the generals and said I was 45, 46, and 47. And to me, that means nuclear and beyond. That is why Biden didn't get the nuclear codes. Everything you're saying adds up.
Actually, if the Department of Energy handed Biden the nuclear codes, then they were overthrown. They cannot turn over the nuclear codes to a civilian authority that was installed by a foreign entity. They had evidence of that. That was provided on January 7th. So they would be negligent in their duties. So we're going to have to say there's no way they turned over those nuclear codes to Joe Biden, knowing what they knew. All right? So here we are. We got evidence of how they communicate. I provided it personally provided it to the FBI. A week later, Lindsay Halligan gets fired. Comey's not on a superseding indictment. I'm like, oh, damn. Well, guess what I was told? That the evidence got packaged up and sent down to Florida for the grand conspiracy cases that involve John Brennan, James Comey, Hillary Clinton. I mean, all of them. Dude, I would not be surprised. Nobody has come right out and told me that they're going to bring these indictments. But I was told that this thing is so huge, we're talking thousands.
Okay, so
thousands of perp walks.
Like Trump cleaning up the memorial pool. It's now the reflection. Dude, that's totally signifies draining the swamp or cleaning the swamp. Now it's a reflection pool. Everything he's doing is signaling towards these mass arrests. And a lot of people, when is it going to happen? Never going to happen. I think we're just around the corner, especially with the bombs that Tulsi Gabbard is about to drop. Then I'm hearing, and I don't know if you heard this, that he's going to leave up the UFC Claw Arena. I don't know if that's true or not, but that would make sense if you're going to perp walk people or put them on public display, right? I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
Is that true? I don't know. I can't validate that one. I've heard.
I don't know. And what I do, I'm a dot connector. But the stuff, when I say that I have personal firsthand knowledge, like what I just described to you, I literally have firsthand knowledge. I spoke to the FBI. You can't lie to them about stuff, right? So I'm locked in with them. But I connect dots with some of the stuff that's happening. There's no way President Trump, with the confidence that he has, and I need to make sure, remind me, I have to talk about how he's setting our economy, because all this money laundering through USAID, I mean, they hijacked our entire financial system, all the fraud. You see all the fraud investigations going on. You've never seen anything like this. So they got to cut off their money flow. And then we have to kind of reestablish a new economic system. And I have had firsthand knowledge as to how that's being put in place. Working with Trump, and guess how long it's been in effect? The whole time he was out of office, he's been setting up what's happening right now. The entire time. I have personal firsthand knowledge of that. That they were, they said, oh, he's got to get in, otherwise this stuff falls apart. But President Trump was working the entire time to set up a brand new economic system that is going to blow away any, economic setbacks that we have from this big perp walk. Okay. Notice how the DNC, just a quick note here, and I'll throw back to you. Notice how the DNC is like $13 million in debt.
Yeah.
And the RNC has like 150. Where'd all the money go? We cut off USAID. Now they have no more money. What happened?
So how do you expect this? How do you see this happening? Tulsi comes out,
yes,
drops bombs, and then arrests start happening after midterms, around midterms. How do you see this playing out, Pete?
Okay, now the drops are going to come, and these are facts. And correct me if I'm wrong. Tulsi Gabbard says she's going to be releasing reports. She's going to be here until June 30th. Correct?
Correct.
She was involved with the investigation in Georgia, Fulton County, Georgia, right? She was standing there. Remember, she witnessed the seizing the ballots, all that stuff. She was part of that investigation right here, stolen election, right? I keep presenting this because this is forensic evidence in this book of the stolen election. And the DOJ has all their testimony. So they locked everything down, grabbed the ballots. Tulsi was involved in that. She wrote the report that is going to blow out all of the elections. That's going to be one of the reports. And then the Russia collusion thing. I'm being told that before the end of her tenure, which is June 30th, she's going to be dropping these reports. Now, she's not going to do it on June 29th and then bail, right? She's probably going to want to do it mid-June, drop the bomb. Now, she's already done criminal referrals. You know that, right?
Right. I've heard.
Grand juries.
Golly, what? My question is, what is there, if they're not being funded anymore, the Democrats or the deep state, what could be their next move? I mean, they're not going to just surrender and lay down. What's the next move here?
I would say, I'm telling everybody right now, I'm not blowing hopium. I hated it for so many years. We had so much hopium. There were going to be arrests. And there were a lot of people working, but we got infiltrated and subverted. There were legal cases. Rudy Giuliani's I mean, many attorneys had their legal cases sabotaged internally. I don't know if you know that. So it just made us look really, really bad. I'm not blowing hopium. I will say this. The magnitude of this thing, I wouldn't be surprised if outside countries have been involved, because 72 countries were overthrown. That this is a big international thing to investigate. It takes a lot of time, because considering the magnitude of what I'm talking about, to unpack that thing. I mean, shutting down USAID, that's an octopus, right? Because they set it up and Nancy Pelosi put it in the CARES Act that we got to help the rural communities, and we got to give them twice the amount of money. So they double billed. They were doing fake billings.
Wow.
Hundreds of billions of dollars. This is what JD Vance is on right now. So here's no hopium. You ready?
Ready.
President Trump's got this. I sense this in his his confidence. He's trolling them all the time. The level of confidence, because he knows the mandate's already been there. Listen, he's just the civilian authority, I believe, for what, and they have to be careful with this. They can't say, President Trump can't say, I was in charge of this and I'm arresting everybody. No, it can't be that way. It needs to be constitutionally, I'm the civilian authority, who's the executive, right, that runs the DOJ and the FBI. We cleaned house there. We also needed a civilian authority for a temporary restoration. And as the commander-in-chief, I've given the military the authority to help with the investigation, verify everything, so that it's not, one man, one crazed man that's going to take over the country.
Right, because that's why the Democrats are playing him out like this. That's why they're giving him that reputation, that image. Oh, he's a Hitler. He's going to be a tyrannical dictator, because they know what's coming.
Civil war would come. If Trump was the front face of this, we'd have a civil war. So the front face of this thing is going to be ODNI reports coming forward. Other people within the administrations, that's still the front face with Trump on it. But the military needs to come in at a certain point and say, ladies and gentlemen, this has been a long-term investigation. What we discovered was so outrageous. Let me turn to our international partners who've also been overthrown. And what?
When does it go military in your mind? When does this go? Okay,
I'd say this month.
This month.
This month. Yeah, this month. Yeah. Here's another thing that I'm working on, and this is what I know. It's called Project 6805. Did you know that all of the states, they snuck this into what the National Defense Authorization Act is?
National Defense, yeah, the NDAA.
NDAA, yeah. In 2025, December 18th of 2025, they snuck into the NDAA. You know how Trump sneaks stuff in there, right?
Right.
His executive orders and stuff. And then you read it and you're like, holy cow. December of 2025, December 18th, Section 6805 of the NDAA said that all states must perform a cybersecurity penetration test on their election systems. And they had 180 days to do that.
And they didn't.
Guess what? I know personally and firsthand that nobody has done it. And they delayed and delayed and delayed. Why? Because I've been involved with the technology company to lock down our election systems and also help with the administration with our critical minerals and rare earths and the exchanges that are going to help offset some of these economic losses. So none of the states, and guess when everything expires? 180 days from December of 2025 is end of
June.
Yeah.
Am I right? I don't know how good my math is.
It's June. It's 6 months, right?
Yeah, June, yeah.
The end of June, we cannot, I'm going to say this right now, we cannot have a midterm election with our current cybersecurity.
Wow.
We cannot.
So will that push Trump to sign a national security emergency and executive orders?
It's already in place.
Wow.
It's already in place. There's already an executive order. I don't know if you know, dating all the way back to 2018.
Foreign interference, right?
Foreign interference. It's already in place. There's other elements of that. I don't want to get too complex and bore everybody. Trump's got this. I mean, he is really, if you look at it, it's this. Although he's bombastic, he's out front, he trolls everybody, right?
I've done long diatribes concerning Israel, and I'll just try to as briefly as possible state it again for right here, right now. The intent has been by this globalista crowd that they want to create a third world war based on a religious battle between the three Abrahamic religions. All three, the Muslim, the Jewish, and the Christian religions, which are considered the Abrahamic religions, who claim Abraham as their great ancestor, children of Abraham, to get these brothers fighting each other, okay, these half brothers fighting each other. It's the devil's way. And we fight each other, take each other out, and then they step into the vacuum. So the intent has always been, and by the way, Albert Pike, who wrote what essentially amounts to the Bible for Masons, and remember, Washington, D.C., London, and many of the cities of the world are built around Masonic imagery, connections, secret handshake groups behind the scenes. Those groups are working together, not just the Masons, but a number of other, Club of Rome, World Economic Forum, the Davos crowd, on and on and on. A number of these groups all working together with the intent that they're going to build on the two First World Wars with a third where there's this fight, a religious battle, a religious fight. And in the aftermath of that, they declare a new world order, a singular entity ruling the world. And Albert Pike wrote about this in the mid-1800s in his book, Morals and Dogma. And he says right in the middle of the book that it would take 3 world wars to create a one world government.
Understood.
And so Albert Pike proposed in his book, Morals and Dogma, that there would be a one world government that would be the outgrowth of 3 world wars. So think about that. Somewhere behind the scenes, people were orchestrating governments around the world to work through World War I to bring it about, World War II to bring it about, and then they have a third world war in mind that they believe, if they can pull it off, allows them to create a one world government. They step into the vacuum of destruction, out of chaos, order, and rule the world with their little secret handshake organization. And by the way, in the middle of the book, Morals and Dogma, first off, he dedicates the book to the entity, the spirit, that gave him all the guidance in order to write down what he wrote down concerning how to bring about a one world government. He dedicates the book by writing it in green ink in honor of the entity that explained all these things to him, who was green. Their thing is, he says, let there be no misunderstanding. The God whom we serve is Lucifer. Okay, so Albert Pike says that Masons are serving Lucifer. And they have all their religious talk, all their, stuff out in plain sight. But the guy that wrote the book says that they serve Lucifer, the entity that beguiled Eve, where he hid amongst the green leaves of the garden. With that in mind, these people have moved into positions of authority all over the world. By the way, it's not just a Masonic theme, for example, in Washington, D.C. and other capitals around the world. In Baghdad, when you went into Baghdad, the whole city was built around Masonic themes and angles and imagery and everything else, just like Washington, D.C. Okay? Why? because they're everywhere. With that in mind, the money crowd behind the scenes, when Israel was in the Palestinian district for England, it was a handshake agreement, the signing Balfour Declaration, 1917, between Lord Rothschild and Lord Balfour, that set aside that the Zionists, a Jewish group, money group, could buy land in the Palestine district with it in mind that when they reached a certain amount of land that was purchased and owned, that they could then declare a new nation of Israel for the Jews. And 30 years later, 1947, after World War II, they in fact did decide to declare themselves a nation. They were recognized in 48 by the UN, a Rockefeller operation. Remember, the Rockefeller brothers and their friends created the UN. That wasn't just altruistic business people and political people coming together. It was specifically orchestrated, built. The land was donated by Nelson Rockefeller, where the UN Center sits today. And they did these negotiations even during the war to create this entity to replace the League of Nations, which had been what they'd worked with coming into World War One and out of World War One, refining their ideas on the way to creating a new world order. Israel is a political creation of moneyed parties within a certain cabal, many of whom were Jewish, in order to create this stumbling block for the world. So the current modern day Israel has many Christians, many people of faith, by the way, many Muslims. I had a friend who was amongst the Jewish leadership that came into Jerusalem after the Six-Day War in 1967 and were greeted by Muslim leaders who then took them on the tour of Jerusalem, of all the sites that they had preserved, and did it as brothers, half-brothers, to show information they had about the history, about locations. And my Jewish friend that did that walk said this was not adversarial. This was done with an understanding that they saw the world differently in many ways, but they both claimed Abraham as their great ancestor father. And that's why even the negotiations for peace today are called the Abraham Accords, trying to come up with a way to work together. Now, with all that in mind, you look at Israel, this political creation out of the city of London, the banking, monetary stuff, and London proper, with the crown influence and the 13 royal families. Remember, it's not just the British royal family, there's 13 royal families that want to rule the world together in some type of a league. And so with that in mind, Israel, as it sits there today, is somebody's creation, ultimately with the intent of using it as a piece, a pawn, a piece in the game, to create a world conflict, a stumbling block for the whole world that brings the whole world to a World War III around religious issues, of which then they can step into the aftermath out of chaos, order, and declare some kind of a peace for the world by neutralizing all three religions and taking control of religion, putting somebody on a throne to rule over all three religions from Jerusalem and to make it sort of an international city for their purposes. That's the plan. So you look at everything related to Israel within the light that is this God's creation, and he put Israel there, and this is the reconstituted Israel of the Bible. No, it's a political creation by people. Look, I can just tell you right now, the Rothschild family in total, the Rockefeller family, these are not people that have normal religious views or objectives within what they do. These are people that are, in fact, Luciferian, worship Lucifer literally. That's why, for example, at the UN, this creation of the Rockefellers, where did the money come from? Lucis Trust. What was they had a little religious area for a chapel inside the UN. It was called the Lucis Chapel. Yeah, that's not Christ. That's not God in heaven. That's not even anything to do Muslim, Jew, any of that. That's this little secret society of Lucifer worshippers, the light bringer. The Green Man goes by 1,000 names of male and female presents. So Israel is what's going on right now is they're being used to create conflicts that will be useful in bringing the world to World War III if they succeed. And by the way, I'll just tell you, the only person that legally has the legal right to reign and rule over Jerusalem as a royal would be Prince William. And so there's I've had that discussion many, many times. I believe that this Commonwealth operation, biggest country on the planet, hidden in plain sight, that it is the intent of these globalista to move William into a position to sit on a throne in Jerusalem. And once you kind of see the rest of the cabal tactics, that's exactly where they're going. It's not just anybody. It is Prince William.
Thank you, Juan. What a distinction of the Israel of the Bible as opposed to today's political creation from London and others.
Will we stop World War III? Well, maybe we can't stop it, but we can delay it. We can get advantage. We can be in a better spot. Look, they have options too. One of the things that's going on right now, we're still fighting through some missing nukes that have been refreshed. That's this whole fight. Remember the whole thing looking for nukes with all the drones and people. I think it's aliens. I think it's China, etc. Trump himself said no. They're looking for nuclear signatures. Come on, man. We're in a hell of a fight. And when I say it's a Cat 2 now, you can live under the threat for the rest of your life, or you can bring it to a head once and done. Let's get it over with. And that's where we're at. We're going to fight this through. We're not going to live under these perpetual threats forever. Not going to be a Cold War forever. We're going to go in there. We're going to do the fight. By God's hand, we will win. But win or lose, it's going to be over with. We're not going to just let them continue to progress to control the world through fraudulent elections, through theft. All that's necessary for evil to survive and prosper is that good men do nothing. So we are now taking the action needed to save the world. And that's this moment we're in.
What do you see taking place in terms of justice and the process to get to justice between today and let's say the midterms as it relates to Russiagate? And can we expect anything else out of Tulsi Gabbard before she exits the stage?
Oh yeah, she's gonna release the mother load over the next few weeks, and it'll take months and months and months to dissect everything that she releases. But she's going to get these things out in the open, and then we're going to have a public discussion before the whole world. Russiagate, the election frauds and theft. Remember, she was briefed, and all of the key staff within Homeland Security were briefed in small groups over many months by the people who are now testifying before federal grand juries on the global conspiracy. And she was briefed intricately. Her staff was briefed intricately, and they've been pulling out the documents, other testimony, etc. And the culmination of all that is what Tulsi's going to release before she leaves office. And there's a certain value genius to that because she's essentially a lame duck now at this point in time. And she won't be going into other politics. She'll just be taking care of her husband. Well, so she can fire at will and walk away. somebody else doesn't have to take the heat. Although I just saw that President Trump this morning named the head of Fannie Mae Freddie Mac, which is huge, 10 trillion, the property loans and all that. Uh, uh, that he's going to maintain his position there, but also be handling temporarily Director of National Intelligence position for Tulsi till President Trump names his new one. And by the way, President Trump hasn't named the replacement for Pam Bondi yet. Todd Blanche is running things over at Department of Justice. He is doing what Trump is asking him to do. And so a lot of people think he might stand a chance of getting to be the choice for Trump. But privately in other lanes, we're getting word that Peter Tickton is in fact going to be President Trump's choice to take Pam Bondi's position over at Department
So
of
much
Justice.
there. The summary, folks, you've got an election day pause on the horizon. Number two, check out the Law of War Manual. I have it up on my website, jmcbroadcasting.com. I'm looking at it here on the screen. The Law of War Manual, as well as the National Security Strategy and the National Defense Strategy documents official from the administration. I encourage our viewers to go there. Thank you so much for all that information, Juan. And isn't it interesting, folks? The 107th executive order at 1:07 p.m. told to us today by 1:07. Anyway, fascinating, boggles the mind. You talked about free elections as a legacy for the president, as well as restoring constitutional and sound money.
Hello and welcome to Nick V Uncensored. Today we've got Gene Decode, and today we're going to be talking about the solar flash. We're going to be talking about Trump and Israel, and also what the next 5 years looks like for planet Earth. Gene, thank you so much for joining me, sir. How are you, and what have you been up to?
I was just really busy. I'm doing well, and just so busy with the website and everything going on, and trying to keep up with everything as things are happening so fast now. It's mind-boggling. I know the masses, the normies, as they're called, don't see it yet because they don't do research. But there's so many platforms now with excellent information about what's going on. The platforms I usually used to watch are normies, and they think the 17 board and that stuff was a psyop, so they don't have the actual information of what's going on, like in Ukraine and that. So I don't follow them anymore because it's just they have TDS so bad I can't take it.
Where we start? Let's start with obviously you're a very big Trump supporter. What do you think's going on now, especially with this phone call recently with Trump to Netanyahu, telling him he's crazy, he shouldn't go to Lebanon, and nobody likes Israel anymore because of this. Is it scripted? Is Netanyahu not with us anymore? Because there was also something about him about a month ago or so where he was missing. He didn't turn up to, this meeting, and something about his airplane, having ambulance on the airplane or something like that. But for you probably tell me, oh, it's all scripted. I mean, what do you think's going on here?
Yeah, that's what I'll tell you. Well done. So what's going on is that during the first Iranian conflict, where Iran and Israel were exchanging missiles before Epic Fury, his bunker got hit along with the Israel, what they call the Israel Pentagon, which is underneath Israel. This is before Epic Fury. I can't remember the exact date right now. I'm sorry. But so what we've seen since is Netanyahu 2.0. And so when it came out that, he wasn't around and he wasn't coming in, and they did a AI video, CGI kind of AI thing with him having a cup of coffee, and his fingers were wrong, and he tilted the coffee, which was up to the brim, and it didn't spill. And for people that don't understand that, like you see one with Trump where he has an extra finger or something, or you see like with Charlie Kirk where the ring finger, the ring disappears and reappears. That's intentional. Those are comps, because they people at high level, they have teams of people that go through those videos and make sure there's not a single flaw. And they have super AI that can catch anything. And to have a mistake like that means it was meant to be there in the first place. So that was the reason. And so now what we're seeing now that we have 2.0 is Trump showing the people who are still somewhat awake enough to see it and understand that he is not controlled by Israel. The U.S. is not controlled by Israel since the visit of, well, the summons, not really the visit, the summons of the King of England and the UK, and our sovereignty granted to us, and Trump became the beekeepers, it said. We have had sovereignty. And so he has now taken that one step further with this, with Netanyahu, showing that we now have taken over the Mossad and control Mossad and control the, have taken, for the majority, you still have cells that are on the other side, but we are in control of Israel and not the other way around where Israel's in control of the U.S. Back to you, Nick. Yes, there are good Jewish people in Israel, but that's not who's been running the place. It's the Zionists that's been running the place since the beginning, and then some.
Absolutely, yes, there is a Zionist. There are very good Jews, and there are many Jews in Israel who are against what's going on with Zionism. They're very aware of it, and they've been speaking out against it, and they've actually been supporting Palestine. So I've seen those videos, and I've seen the Orthodox Jews that talk about that. So it's not the Jews, it's the Zionists that are the Bolsheviks and the Khazarian mafia, and the state of Israel with this Luciferian agenda they have, and they're using Judaism to mask their true identity. What do you think about that?
Well, that's actually precisely right. When the Zionists, or if you want the Scion, S-C-I-O-N, is because they're originally not from Earth, they're from the Scion star system. They blew up their two homeworlds of Ariana and Na, and came here and landed in the Pontic Steppes in Ukraine. And so then they became known as the name changers because they were grabbing people on the Silk Road and taking their identities and their names and going back and, taking money and things that they were owed and all kinds of stuff. And so the czar at that time said, you've got to, take one of the three Abrahamic religions and stop sacrificing children to Baal Moloch, which is now in the, Moloch is actually now being talked about in Congress and Senate in the U.S., that's now revealed. And so they took the Jewish religion, but they made it Talmudic Jewish religion. In other words, from the Book of Solomon and all of that, and all those satanic rites and warlock witchcraft, kind of dark magic Satanism and all that added straight into it. And then as they migrated outwards as name changers, Khazarian Mafia, whatever you want to call them, they went to Spain, and that's when the Spanish were the same way. The leaders of Spain said, you got to stop this stuff. So then they became the Jesuits. That's when you got the Jesuits started. So it's one thing after another. It's still all the same group of satanic beings that came to this planet to rule it and feel that they're superior to humanity. In that they deserve to rule it because they're superior and they're God. Satan is the one God that they follow. So it's not truly the one God, but that's what they follow. So back to you.
Yeah, I understand that these beings are basically disconnected from source field or the Christ consciousness. They're disconnected. So everything is inverted. They just want to destroy what's organic and replace it with synthetic. That literally came here from another place in physical forms, or did they incarnate here in the human body?
They literally came here from another world in physical form.
So no and some incarnations, would you say it's a mix?
Well, since that time, yes, and they periodically, because they're disconnected from source field, they don't have the ability to connect and get original information and knowledge directly from God. And because of that, and their desire to control the stargates on Earth, the 12 gates, is the DNA is one of the keys. That's why the 17 board says the war is for your DNA. That's a big part of the reason. So every once in a while, they'll marry one of the bloodlines they're missing to have the genetic marker to be able to access the Stargate. And they keep trying and trying, but it doesn't work, and they haven't still figured out with the genetic marker why they still can't access it, because you're still disconnected from source field. It doesn't matter if you have the genetic marker in your genetics. You aren't connected. And the gates are built such that they recognize that, just like the Golden Dome technology up in Alaska. It recognized it and it wouldn't let them use it. And so it's the exact same thing. So that's why you see like Princess Diana, where they married a commoner so that they could get up. They keep trying. They never give up. And they, so back to you, sir.
We've got these beings now. They poisoned Atlantis, I think 12,500 years ago. They fell from 5D to 3D consciousness, a very, very slow erosion. And now here we are. They want to do a full lock on the souls who are dormant currently into this digital idea, I think, where they hijack their frequency into their own synthetic hologram that they want to create, where we don't reincarnate and we forever reincarnate automatically, from what I understand, so that they could forever get loosh energy harvesting from us.
Yes.
And this is what this digital idea is about. And there's going to be a point from source, and I think other galactic beings who are helping. I don't know how true that is, but what I do understand is that there's going to be there's loads of solo flares, but a solo flash, a main flash coming, where this is going to lock the low frequency control energy, the control system energy, out of our Earth energy, hologram, if you like. Can you explain that to me, please?
Okay, so timelines exist because there's a difference in the quantum resonance. At the quantum level, that's what quantum is. It's a packet vibration around every particle, and it has exactly the same packet vibration in this universe. In another universe, which are infinite parallel universes, they have a different quantum packet vibration. So back in 2008, I believe it was, and Kerry Cassidy has interviewed two gentlemen about this. Excuse me, hold on a second. They found that their timeline, that for their New World Order, was not. They're using looking glass, and the more they used it, the less it looked like they were going to be able to get the New World Order. They had thought it was absolute, and then it kept getting less and less probability. And so they brought in an expert to look at the algorithms and to tell them why. And he said that if you don't get it set by 2012, you will never get it, because by 2012, there will be only two timelines, which is yours, the Armageddon line, and then the golden line of God. And at that time, once the CME comes after that period of time, then the two lines will be from 2012 will be the only two lines. When the CME comes, they will completely separate, and you will not be able to do anything to get back to influence the God line. And not only that, but your line will be extinguished after the CME, within about 12 to 14 years. All life on Earth, on your Earth, will extinguish itself, like you saw in the movie Intergalactic. And so they were desperately trying to change it. And every time they did, they sent teams back to make adjustments and all kinds of things. And every time they did, they just made it more absolute. It just made it worse and worse and worse. And then in 2012, there was an event they caused that caused three minor coronal mass emissions to pass between this, which was the event, to actually cause the event. It's like in a certain city, so he went all the way to this other city. So it's kind of like that. You try to avoid something, and by what you do, you actually wind up causing it. So they actually caused it. They created 3 CMEs, and the Golden Dome negated them as they passed between the moon and the Earth. And so that then set the timelines separate from each other, separating more and more. And the coronal mass emission will be the final complete separation, and the upgrade for the ones on the golden line to 3D, 4D, 5D positive completely without this negative interference for a very, very, very long time, at least 1,000 years. And then on the negative line, their line will, as I said, eventually extinguish, but that's descension to negative 3D, 4D, and 5D.
So when do you, from the ancient texts and the and hidden knowledge, when do you think we are close to the solar flash? And well, the other thing I want to say before you answer that is I want to say that there will be signs that I've read, and one of the signs that we're coming closer to the solar flash is that the ozone layer will become so thin, or the electromagnetic field of Earth will be so thin, that birds will lose navigation, so they won't fly, and even aeroplanes will stop flying, and they won't tell us the truth. It might be about oil or something like that, but they will be able to, they won't have, their navigation GPS will not work. What do you think about that? And when do you think how close do you think we are?
Well, I know the exact date, the problem that it's going to happen. The problem is that they have messed with the calendar so many times. They don't even know what year we're actually in. We're certainly not 2026. It can be many, many years, even over a decade distorted. So, it was put out a long time ago that it was supposed to be 2031 for the CME, but it could be, could be 2041. It could be even more. I don't know, because of what they did. And then the nature of it is that depending on where a person is at, how it affects them. So if a person is very spiritual and very kind and compassionate and is pretty on, they may not even notice it. It may happen and go by, and for a lot of people. And then for the people that are really, as the line separates completely, that are really bad, well, they'll notice it, but they won't be on our Earth anymore. They'll be on the Armageddon line, so they won't be here to say anything. And a lot of people the traumatic events may not stick in their memory as they go through that, and people may not actually remember it. A lot of people, and so that's the information I have as far as I can tell you.
Now, I want to tell you what I think about something. Now, I don't think it's necessarily good or bad. It's more frequency. Now, if they're anchored in ego and fear and even guilt, it's a low frequency. And I think what you said, absolutely, it's about compassion and love. But I think most importantly, are you authentic? Are you in your truth? Do you speak the truth when uncomfortable? And I think that's, what do you think about that?
That's absolutely it. It's, you go to where you resonate, always. It's all about resonation. And as far as what you're saying about the birds, we actually are seeing, it's not just geoengineering, we're actually seeing the first effect of that with the bees. The bees are having issues. They're the very first ones.
So from my information that I've got was when we start seeing the GPS stop, it doesn't work anymore, the ozone layer's thinning, I was told that was a marker that we could be 6 months away from that. What do you think about that?
That's possible.
Okay. And also, there's a lot of synthetic life here that was populated by these beings to destabilize souls from awakening. And many are NPCs, as we call them. And yes, a lot of them have synthetic souls, and they're not real. They're real is in the human flesh, but they're not real in the eternal sense. And they're here to be connected to the hive mind to make us feel we're the black sheep and there's something wrong with us. And awakening subconsciously is means we're crazy. What do you think about that? And what would happen to these NPCs when we cross over?
They'll not make the shift unless they become individual human beings, kind of like in the movie Free Guy. It is possible they can do that, but they're here to make a massive population of beings that go with the party line, that do exactly what they're told. And, it reminds me, I went for a medical checkup and I was trying to tell the doctor a certain thing and he just kept repeating a certain line. And I said, no, this is what I'm telling you. And it's like he couldn't hear me at all. And I kept saying the same thing, and he said the same thing. It had nothing to do with what I was saying. I'm like, finally, I go, oh, never mind, because I realized NPC, he can't get beyond the programming. It's impossible. And so I'm just talking I might as well talk to just not talk at all. And so that's because if you bury the human within that mass of people like that, they feel that that's what you should do. You should go along, do what you're told, do this, do that. And they all believe this, so that must be true. If everybody believes it, that must be the truth. Where it's like Gandhi said, just because everybody but one person believes something doesn't make it true. And that doesn't make the one person wrong if he believes something that no one else believes. One person can have the truth and everybody else be wrong. And that's why they buried the humanity in this massive NPC infestation. And then also on top of that, they took a lot of clones with and they punched out lots and lots of clones. So the white hats now have clone hunters that they're going out and, mostly special forces types.
Wow. And this is to populate the earth more and more of fake people.
Yeah, the clone hunters are getting rid of them, and the NPCs won't make the shift.
When I speak to, there's people that are who are spiritually aware, who ask, why am I here? There's more to this. I'm not just a body. There's a reason why I'm here. There's a purpose. I can feel it. There's something more. But then you've got an NPC or that says, and they don't think about why they're here because they don't have true self-awareness. They just want to work to make money and to protect their identity, which is their ego. So, and because their identity is their software, whereas a soul knows that they can observe their identity and their ego because they know it's not them. They know that there's peace behind that, and that's their essence. But how can you differentiate the difference between an NPC and a soul who's dormant and fragmented from trauma and is completely asleep that also operates from the ego? How do you know the difference?
Well, a person that's fragmented through, and has PTSD, they'll have PTSD from the trauma, but an NPC would not have PTSD from it. Not like a human being, and they would still the human with PTSD will be questioning things, and they'll be having issues about it, and they'll be questioning certain things. The Anunnaki that created mankind, along with the Alpha Draco and a couple other groups, and so that's been inbred so much that you could be the only human in your family. And so, it's like there was a member of my family when all this, the stuff was coming with the jab and all that. And I said, if there was an event coming and it meant your sovereignty, do you want to know? And the person told me no. And I said, if it meant your soul, would you want to know? And the person told me, I don't know if I have a soul. And I don't want to know if I have a soul. And I don't care if I have one or not. And I mean, I'm like, wow, we can't be related, but you can be, but you're not really related in the true sense, as you're not both from source in the you're not able to access source. And so that just floored me that a person could actually think that. And so it's along that kind of line where they don't feel they have a soul, and of the bloodlines of Cain. And they all, each one is an oversoul, and all the beings in that oversoul lineage of that one share the same soul. They're oversouled. And so if you say there's 13 for about 2.3 billion people, and you do the math, how much soul do they have? Soul energy? Not much. And that's your moral compass. That's your sense of self. That's your sense. Your ego is not you. And your sense of right and wrong and all of those things. So that's the massive difference we have on Earth.
It's crazy, isn't it? Wow.
Yes.
Yes, I love knowing this. I mean, I love learning about this. It's very interesting to understand the architecture of consciousness.
Say is work on your spirituality, yourself, your compassion, your truth, your peace. Above all is peace within yourself, a total utter peace of contentment, of understanding and accepting all of what your life is and all of what it will be, to merge with the oneness, the divine oneness. Thank you, Nick.
I love it. Thank you, Gene. It's an absolute pleasure. And we'll speak again very soon. You take care and God bless.
You can imagine. What Mark Wahlberg exposes next will make you mad as hell and sick to your stomach. And he says, the question isn't if it comes out, it's what happens to this entire corrupt system when it does.
He's on camera in a room full of boys with George Clooney. Puff Daddy, Puffy Diddler, whatever his name is now, was involved in the setup. You don't need to know more except that everyone in Hollywood has seen it. And I'm not going to rest until these creeps are shot dead by firing squad.
Brave truth tellers like Mark Wahlberg are leading the way, speaking their truth from the front lines, and exposing the corruption at the heart of the most powerful institutions in the world. Now, others are beginning to wake up to the truth. A movement is growing.
Now, what made Russia, flip from the Soviet Union back to the Republic of Russia was the child. Basically, they're stealing the children, doing the, like they talk about with Vlad the Impaler, Dracula, adrenochrome children in Russia, and the Russians got tired of it. And that's what really, I've talked to a lot of people about this. This is what turned everybody. So we talk about mama bears and mama lionesses. This is what happened. Draco reptilian, group that still does this stuff. We have to throw it off, just like Soviet Union did. That's why they hate Russia so much, and why they're trying to take Russia down, because they threw off this evil group, and now the rest of the world is getting ready to get their evil thrown off by we the people. So I think that's one of the things that we're looking at right now. Huge stuff. I mean, we can talk about the alien stuff, but really the alien stuff comes all the way down to the children, right? So they're, in the chat are probably blowing up right now. I haven't looked, but yeah, this is what's really going to make the difference.
Well, and that goes to a lot of the missing children and the baby farms, and kind of what Phil Snyder talked about, right? Is that in Mesa Verde and that whole area over there, there is an underground base that was not made by us, that is housed by reptilians that are, from what I've heard, they were the kind of stragglers on this planet. They were not part of the reptilian civil. I don't know. I'm just kind of going through what I've heard, but that they eat children for intoxication, that they eat the pineal glands in the various different glands, the adrenal glands of children, because they're very, very potent and it gets them intoxicated. And that this is what a lot of these baby farms and all this stuff was for. Now, do I believe that? I think that there's a lot of truth to that, and I think that I don't know if that stuff is going to come out. I probably doubt it, because I think that a lot of that evil ET on this planet has honestly been decimated. I think it's been destroyed. And I think that and I know there's rumors, and this is just I haven't heard any of this from my sources, but I've heard that good ETs, along with humans, were going through and clearing this stuff out. And this is paving the way for removing those control structures, because you got to think about it, is these bloodline families were working for some hidden hands, hidden controlling hands, some overseer. And that in order to start freeing them, to get them out of their burden of being within this this construct of control, this matrix, you have to take out the overseer. And I think that that's what a lot of has been happening over the course of the last decade. And this is why you see people like, Mark Zuckerberg turning coat and working with Trump, and all these other people working with Trump. Not that they're good people, but because, if you're Donald Trump, you don't take Mark Zuckerberg and shut down and then acquire all of his stuff, because then it's going to go away. You lose all that resource infrastructure. Instead, you get the man, you free him from his chains, you bring him in, and then you control him from that point. And that's what Trump is really, really good at. Although I think he believes he can do it with Iran, and I don't think that that's going to happen. I think there's going to be another decapitation event in Iran. I think we're going to go in there. We're going to drop some bombs on the IRGC hardline. And then he'll restart negotiations again. And I think that's going to probably happen over the course of the next few weeks. At least that's my thoughts on it. But for the ET stuff, I think that we're in for a very, very big surprise. And I think that if you are alive in the next 5 to 10 years, which I'm sure everybody listening and every person on this podcast is going to be, you are going to see some advancements of technology that are going to blow your freaking mind.
Yeah.
You know what the most exciting is about that is the life extension stuff. That to me is people having a second chance at a real good life, because you think about the people that are living. You mentioned, Josh, everybody watching this. You got somebody in their 80s. They, like my dad. My dad was always worried about, not worried, but he just kept saying, "Man, I just hope I'm alive to see this, see the ending of it or whatever." I said, "Oh, Pop, you're absolutely going to." I didn't know they were going to get to him, but I think about that in this time where the most exciting moment in the history of the human species is right now upon us. And there are people who are just hoping and praying that they're on the edge of the doorstep and they're just on their way out. Like, man, I just hope this happens so I can see this, I can watch this. And for me, I think the most important technology is the life extension technology, whatever that looks like, whether it's a pod, whether it is some type of quantum field so they can actually be part of this incredible, you talk about, Josh, the technological advancement. I've heard this, and I know you guys have probably heard the same thing. In the next 5 years, the advancement we're going to see, maybe it's 5 or 10 years, the advancement we're going to see is going to be a 500-year leap. In fact, there's a book written 30 years ago called The 500-Year Leap in technology and advancement, and to just to watch that happen and see this become a Jetsons type planet, where now, and I think about all this stuff, that what happens to the planet when all this stuff hits us, because I said, you want to change the entire planet, get anti-gravitics in our hands and let's go to work, because literally overnight, you're talking about the dissolution of every road and street in the world, like picking it up off the ground, no more incursion on Mother Gaia, and no more car crashes, because you're on one plane and it's this way, that way, car crashes. 300,000 people, 400,000 die every year in this country from car crashes. When you have these planes, all these multi-dimensional planes where we have this vastness we could be traveling through and not making a danger for everybody. But I said to Sasha once, I said, we were off the coast of Turkey or somewhere last fall on a ship, and we're looking at the infrastructure, and I'm just thinking, how do you transition that? How long is it going to take, same conversation, to deconstruct this concrete jungle of a planet and get rid of the ugliness of it all? He said it'll happen instantly. And the way he described it is, it's the conscious or spiritual leap into, let's say it's a higher dimension, or basically transitioning into that dimension. And what you'll see is like a ripple effect, and all of a sudden it's all gone, and what you see replacing it is what it was supposed to be on a different timeline. I thought, man, how fascinating would that be to see that kind of a transformation, literally demolecularize or move through that wave field into maybe the advancement is that, but what we're sort of transitioning into what it was supposed to be without this yoke or this weight that kept humanity down. I mean, who knows? The wonderment of it all is going to be the best part, trying to figure out what it's going to look like and then having it actually happen. I think
Yeah.
this is just an amazing time for all of us to be, number one, alive, but we actually get to talk about this without having yet another channel taken down. And obviously we've got the controls now, because here we are talking about things that would really get you ostracized or just killed just 5-6 years ago.
What's up, everybody? Derek Johnson here. Some know me as Rattletrap 1776. Just thought I'd go live today, just to tell everybody thank you for your prayers, your support, your condolences, on behalf of my hero, my best friend, and my dad, who meant the world to me. I still can't really put it into words right now, because I don't know how you do that, but out of respect for him, I just had to take a little break, just because, and I'm still going to be affected for a long time, because he was my best friend, and he taught me everything I know. He was a heck of a businessman, and a lot of things that he taught me through life that I'll take through the rest of my life and my journey. It's just hard to really put it into words, but I do want to thank you for your prayers, your support, your love, your messages, your cards, received cards. So I do really appreciate that, and all the cards that have been sent, I will return a thank you. Spoiler alert, I guess, but when I can get to that. But anyway, thank you for that, and it's great to be back. I'm not going to stay live too long, just because of, you may hear some sound in the background where I am, but there's somebody cutting the grass. But anyway, I've been getting a lot of questions about Israel and Iran and different things like that. And it's kind of like what I've been saying before, is you got to remember that 45-47 is your visual that this is an operation. That is your visual. So you have a full visual, as I'm saying, of what's going on. So what you have to do is, if you want to know what's external, what's actually really internal, but what's external from the media, is you got to get in and know what you're supposed to know as an American. You have every right to know the law. You don't have to be a lawyer or an attorney or a judge or anything of that nature to know the law. But you might want to know it if you're going to quote it. So it's the same thing with President Trump, where there's a lot of things that he didn't know necessarily lawfully, but guess what? He has the privy to it, and he has all the nominated positions, the endorsed positions, and people that he hires. All right, so you want to know what's going on lawfully, then you got to rid all this other noise that you're hearing from all these mouths out there. I mean, there are people, they're probably good people, but there's a lot of podcasters who don't know what's going on because they don't study President Trump's playbook. So if you want to know what's going on, you got to rid all this other noise, and you got to go straight to what is President Trump passing, what executive orders are he signing. Then when you get in an executive order, you got to go look at all the other codes that are labeled in that executive order. Then you got to go read and study those and comprehend those. So it's a lot of multitasking. It's a lot of muscle memory and memorization. And so that's all you need to know. And once you learn that, then you can look at external things, because your foundation will be strong in what President Trump's doing. Then you can externally look at different people and be able to weed out what is and what isn't. And I still receive text messages from podcasters and different people who go, hey, what do you think of this? And I'm like, did it come from the horse's mouth? No, it didn't. It's coming from someone else out there who don't have a foundation in the 45-47. So that's what makes my books so unique. Their number one bestseller is, one, because of you, the people who do read and study, but also because they're the only books that outline the 45-47. And I don't need anything else. That's why some messages don't get answered, because you're focusing on things that don't even matter. Round earth, flat earth. That's biblical, But it doesn't have anything to do with 45-47. All right, you're getting all wrapped up in Israel. Some of you are letting what you've heard for years about Israel get in the way. It doesn't pertain to what's going on right here, right now, in this moment, and our future. So it's kind of like Palantir. A lot of people are still hung up on Palantir. Oh, they have our information. They've had your information. Had, plural, and past. They've had your information. If you read the article, read, not just view it, read it, and then receive it, it tells you in the article, the main articles of Palantir, that it says they're taking existing contracts and compiling data. Existing means the people before President Trump had your information. So would you rather go back to the swamp and them have your information? Or do you trust President Trump and what he's doing in the military and the people who are now in position? It's one or the other. It is that simple. That's not me being a jerk and all these other words. That is real reality. And it is what it is. Quit listening to all this other people out there who are just they're using fear, and you're listening to people who don't even have anything to do with President Trump. Not a thing. So Palantir, you use the infrastructure already there. If the infrastructure's okay, but the people are bad, then you just remove the people and put new people in there. You use the same structure, infrastructure, systems, whatever. It don't mean you got to tear down the whole building and tear down the coding and the systems and all. It's real simple. So many of you focus on like words like cabal, and you focus on the swamp in the other kind of manner. Like you act like they're still there. They're not still there. If you are reading what you're supposed to read and listening to what you're supposed to listen to, they're not there. As also Dan Scavino says all the time, don't let the 10% make you think they're the 90%. They're not. If you're reading what you're supposed to be reading, studying, and comprehending, all you need is President Trump, his executive orders, his proclamations, treaties if there are any new ones, and then also all the other documents. That's it. That's all you need. Because what President Trump has done is why the libtards and the resurrected rhinos, what they're so mad about is their people didn't do this in the first place. And then two, it's also exposing the abuse of national security, which is your security. It's exposing what they didn't do with their abuse of national emergencies. All President Trump had to do, even if this wasn't an operation, all he had to do was come in and enforce the law as it reads on paper. And that exposes them right out the gate. Because all these years they've been declaring national emergencies and not enforcing anything. Real simple. And as President Trump said in 2020, you can take his quote and you can interchange it with what's happening right now. It don't just have to pertain to 2020. All you got to do is take this quote that he said. He said the cure cannot be bigger than the problem. Real simple. The cure cannot be bigger than the problem. And a lot of you out there, God love you. God love you. A lot of you out there, you're making the problem bigger than the cure. You're still not trusting the man you claim that you support, the man you claim you love, the man you claim you back, the man you claim you got it all over you, got it all over your Facebooks, and you got it all over social media. But this right here ain't backing up any of that. Man, that's all you got to do is read and study the man with the plan, because 45-47 is the plan. Are we to the end of 47 yet? Nope. So just got to chill and relax. Enjoy the ride, baby. Now look at my dad. My dad loved President Trump. When he rolled down the escalator, before he even rolled down the escalator, my dad, when we were talking about this years ago, he goes, I know who I'm voting for. I said, who? He said, Donald J. Trump. And it was before President Trump announced he was going to run. He had an inclination. I said, me too. I said, me too. So see, you couldn't know, like you'll hear podcasters out there, they'll say, oh, I've been knowing this for years. No, you haven't. You couldn't have. There's no way you could have, because every law, it took to about 2020 to have a complete picture of what President Trump was doing lawfully and the military. So there's no way you could have known before then. You could have had an inclination from about 2017 to about 2019 if you'd have been reading and studying executive orders because certain executive orders with national emergencies have other implications. But you couldn't have known the full, complete picture. So that's why you hear all these people out there fighting about, oh, I've been knowing for years and years and years. There's no way to. So you gotta watch who you follow from that angle, because a guy like me can sit here and tell you there's no way you could have known until you knew certain things that fell into place. So it's not a sword match on who knew more and who knew that. But you can know now, because, like me, I have the only books that show that. And timestamps won't lie on that. They're in my documents that you can still access for free, the documents.info. I still keep that website. But I published those January 2021. And that was when we were still heavily on military occupation. Then we moved into 21 to 2025, which would have been an occupation, but also moving into your continuity government. Now we're in the military government, like the President Eisenhower plan, where you have businessmen and women and veterans in your nominated spots and your endorsed spots. So it's an atomic midwife, which you can go read on RutgersUniversity.edu about the atomic midwife. You can read about how President Eisenhower's plan was they call it a constitutional dictatorship, but it's lawful. People hear the word dictator and they go, well, but you got to apply what we just came out of. You got to apply that we were coming out of this swamp who did dictate your life, who did control your life. And what President Eisenhower meant by a constitutional dictatorship was the fact that what you came out of was so bad that in order to have a new foundation and a clean out, then you had to establish it to where no one could infiltrate that new establishment. So you go into a military government, and then you're selecting. That's why when President Trump nominates somebody, your butt better go vote for them. Don't vote for someone, oh, I like so-and-so. If you do that, you're going against the man's plan. And it shows you're not reading the man's plan. And you can know the man's plan. That's what put me on the map, is the man's plan. That's why I haven't been deleted. The FBI ain't been at my door. No one's knocked on my door. They ain't shut me down, because I show you what President Trump is doing lawfully by the military and federal. And all I do, everything that I talk about reflects back on him. And you don't have anything to fear by that. So all this Israel talk and all this stuff, you got to let people who are trying to grip you with fear, you got to stop that. There's nothing to fear. And if you were reading God's Word, the Bible, and if you were studying the origin of Hebrew and the origin of Jesus Christ and the origin, if you were studying that along with the laws and orders, it's the farthest thing from the Antichrist. All these people out there saying, oh, he's leading us into this and that. This. No. If you were reading what you're supposed to be reading. But see, most people are Christians from the outside in. Christians from the outside in. You're supposed to be a Christian from the inside out. And a lot of quote-unquote Christians, you're going to these churches that don't have a cross on it. It don't have the word Jesus or God on it anywhere. You're seeing little fat boys. I call them apple dumplings. They're going up there behind the podium. They don't have a suit and tie on. They're not being reverent to God. They got skinny jeans on, and they're too fat for skinny jeans. And they don't mention anything about God and the hellfire and brimstone. You just getting a little pat on the back. Oh, I'm sorry you had a rough week, but be sure to pay your tithes. Pay your tithes first, and then it's going to be okay. It's all right. God loves you, and it's okay. They don't talk about hellfire and brimstone. They don't talk about David slaying Goliath anymore. They don't talk about all the hellfire and brimstone. They don't talk about how you're supposed to trust God and that God may put you through some trials and tribulations in your life. We all go through them. It's part of it, right? God tests you the right kind of way. But if you're out there, blah, 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 Jesus, God, He might test you even more. It's like the Bible tells you. The Bible says it's better not to know than to know and deny. Well, denying don't necessarily just mean that you deny God as the Father and God as the Creator and Christ as the mediator. That don't mean that. If you deny faith, if you deny patience, if you deny certain things like that, God He sees that. You're out there, yeah. And all of you and your Israel problems, that's your problem, not mine. I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to say, look, Israel, the old Israel has nothing to do with what President Trump's doing. What, you don't want those people to live? Based off something you heard off of .net and some little fella that didn't even graduate high school? Now, some people who didn't graduate high school are smart, but when you're listening to someone who has no foundation in God, no foundation in Jesus, no foundation in the Bible, no foundation in Hebrew, no foundation in President Trump, no foundation in the 45-47, what are you doing listening to them? You're allowing the negativity to overtake you and control you. And that's not what this page is for. This page is to show you that, look, God gifted me with a photographic memory. God gifted me with the ability to take all the laws and orders and put them in one setting and one sitting. And you don't need anything else. Now, it's still your prerogative, and you still have freedom to go look at everybody that has a moving mouth. You can do that. But if you really want to know what President Trump's using, you don't need anyone else. Because once there's someone like me who can take the full picture and condense it as best as possible, you don't need anything else. Because what other podcasters do is they cherry pick and they throw you crumbs. Most of them are throwing crumbs on purpose, though. They're not studying what they're supposed to be studying. When they close this screen down, they're not reading, studying. And you keep running back to the very ones who are bamboozling you and don't care about your feelings and your emotions and all that. So in the past, when I have shown my emotions, it's because I care about you. And I'm just serving beyond my service, even though I've got some cool, contracts and different things like that, external. But at the same time, that is my service beyond service. And people who have met me know that I'll stand there and talk to you till I absolutely have to, be pulled away or whatever it is if I've got obligations. But anyone who's met me knows that. So I do care about you the right way. And I don't want you fearful. I don't want you scared. I want you to trust President Trump for the right reasons. Now, it's not my duty to coerce you or persuade you. But when you go read and study, and you take executive orders, proclamations, national emergencies, and treaties, the four main ways, there's only 4 ways that military pairs with federal. 4. And I just named them. 4. I've got Instagram going over here, by the way. If you see me look this way, Facebook, over here. There's only 4 ways that military pairs with federal. I just named them. Executive orders, national emergencies, proclamations, and treaties. That's it. Guess who has to be involved in all 4 of those? The president. So that's why when you hear libtards out there and resurrected rhinos, oh, the Constitution, oh, we got to protect. The Constitution, Article 2, tells you that who's in control of the Army and the Navy. Sorry, Air Force. Sorry, Space Force. Didn't have y'all back then, but it doesn't matter. It tells you who's in control of the military. Well, guess what? 4 ways that military pairs with federal requires the president. And President Trump, right now, there's 51. I had to go back and see what's been updated. But right now, there was, as of a month ago, there were 51 executive orders with national emergencies open. Active. Open and active. 51. One national emergency alone, comes with 120 statute powers. Telecommunications, restricting commerce, like tariffs. It's all been in law for years. That's why the left lost their minds. But if you'll understand or comprehend, whatever word you like, some people don't like the word understand, but some of you do need to understand. You need to stand down, chill out, relax, have some patience. Some of you need to understand that this wasn't going to be an overnight thing. This is an operation, 45-47. There's a lawful tactic and strategy that we used in World War II, where it's called a puppet government, We never use it on ourselves, but hey, it's a tactic. It's there. It's a strategy. It's lawful, and you can use that. You give President Trump 4 years here. You pull him back. You go into a continuity government. He's still in power and control in another manner. You use the puppet government to expose the swamp, which is what they did with quote-unquote Joe. Then you put him back in another 4. So he got 12 years straight out the gate, what would have taken 8 by the minds of Americans who think that term limits are constitutional. Term limits are not constitutional. You might want to go back and read Alexander Hamilton and James Madison, the founders, but also the sole author of the Constitution, James Madison. You might want to go back and read the Federalist Papers. It's very clear, very clear. But there's a difference in a monarchy and a king and then a president serving for a life term, meaning you keep voting them in. As long as you wanted them there and you wanted to vote them in, you could have kept them there. That's what the founders believed. James Madison and Alexander Hamilton make up 80 of 85 Federalist Papers. John Jay only wrote 5 Federalist Papers. Article 2 of the Constitution tells you 4 years in a term. 4 years in a term. It don't say anything about Congress putting term limits on the president. And if you go read the Constitution, there are cases where it does say, well, the Congress is to do this, the so-and-so's to do that. So if the founders would have wanted term limits, they would have specified that because they specified in other parts of the Constitution that the Congress would do something. And Congress has. Congress changed the date to January the 6th. The original date, I think it was December the 10th. So if we all said, oh, we don't like January 6th anymore, well, it would revert back to December the 10th until otherwise. There's cases in the Constitution that shows you our founders were very clear with their intent. And in the court of law, intent and motives are all you work with in the court of law. Intent and motives. That's it. What was their intent? Well, their intent is clear when you go read the Constitution. That's why it's so crazy. Democrats, dumbo rats is what I call them, dumbo rats, and libtards, y'all don't want to use the Constitution as your crutch. You don't want to. That's the worst thing you could do. The best thing you could do is say, hey, let's have us a war, and if we beat y'all, we're going to establish a new Constitution. Okay, I can go with that, but you're not going to beat us on the battlefield. So there's that, but you can try. The worst thing you can do, dumb rats and libtards and you resurrected rhinos out there, the worst thing you can do is use the Constitution as your crutch. Because guys like me can slap you silly with it. Their intent was very clear. So if you'll chill out a little bit, this was not going to be one of those times where the world stops longer than the U.S. and goes, well, here's what we did on day 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12 years. He's not going to do that. And some of y'all are just waiting for the cloud to just spread open like the Red Sea and go, ain't going to happen. It's a continuity. It's a continuous operation. So you're already well behind, which means you need to go back to day 1 and President Trump's first executive order, or the first national emergency, which was about any kind of trafficking, actually. It covers all trafficking. And you got to start from there and work your way forward. And then you will see his plan. Like John Bolton pleading guilty. You could have known that 2 or 3 years ago if you'd have been listening to President Trump. Well, actually, longer than that, 6 years ago. You could have already known what the plan was. You could already know. And then when you see John Bolton get on CNN and kiss President Trump's rear end, where he said, well, he talks about the 3rd term. The host didn't ask about a 3rd term. The host asked, could President Trump serve a 2nd term with the allegations on him? And John says, well, the Constitution specifically bans a 3rd term. He's telling you right there. He's telling you right there this is an operation, 45-47. The dash will not count as a term for President Trump because it was a strategic operation. It's a sting operation. It's a pre-planned operation. That's what makes it so awesome. And that's why when I was writing those documents way back when, my mother asked me, she said, if you could be known for these, would you want to be known for them and put them out there and they scatter? Or would you rather them scatter and no one know who you are and people see the results? And I said, well, the only reason I want to be known for them is because what will happen is some schmuck out there who's never been in the military whatsoever at any capacity will try to act like they wrote them and take credit for it. And that's not what this operation's about. So it's a catch-22 there in another way, and you see it today. You see all these podcasters, oh, I've been doing this. No, you didn't. You did not. So that's what you have, is you have a bunch of scammers and frauds and people out there who are using my name and using me. They'll even do look like they're interviewing me and take clips of me, and I'm not even sitting there whatsoever. Because they want people to think that. And all they'd have to do is reach out to my management and go, hey, you think you'd do an interview? Maybe. Depends on what your motives are. But see, we're in that golden age, and what's going to happen is when you shift into the golden age, you're going to have people who just want to make money off of names. So that's why you all have to be careful. At the end of the day, this is still about our nation first. Well, God first. Our nation second. You third, then President Trump and the military, and then everything else, right? Even President Trump would say that. This is not about him. This is not about what he did. Now, he did take one for the team. He did put his name, brand, and image, and his family name, brand, and image up on this. But at the end of the day, somebody had to do this. Somebody had to take one for the team. Someone had to stand in that fire. Someone had to. Because what we've all lived through, when you see it exposed on paper, but actually in your pocketbooks, then it'll make sense. It should make sense already. But like Jimmy Kimmel and all this stuff you're seeing with CNN and ABC and all these different things, it's 47 United States Code 606. It's all there. It's the Telecommunications Act, 1934 and 1996. It's in 47 U.S. Code Section 606. President Trump as a wartime president. What did he just admit on video just a couple of days ago? Again, well, I'm a wartime president. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a difference in a president of the past who started man-made wars and a wartime president by law on paper. The wartime president was supposed to be exactly what I have outlined that he has invoked via laws, national emergencies, proclamations, etc. Huge difference. And it's exactly what President and five-star general, rare five-star general, President Eisenhower established. Now, there was a gentleman that came on a podcast not terribly long ago that said, oh, you're wrong about the continuity government plan. It started way back in the 20s and the 30s. I'm like, yes, the continuity government. But President Eisenhower had the continuity government integrated with a military government. He had this plan that says, okay, yeah, we can go through a continuity government, but we need a plan on the backside of it that it basically, locks in our success. Yeah, we can get through a continuity government, but can we sustain after that? So his was a modified plan where you take businessmen, sorry ladies, at that time they didn't include the women, but this time around President Trump is including the women, all right, the ladies. Smart, intelligent women, not women who use DEI and all this other bullcrap. Women who have earned their place, rightfully so. All right, their business and their success shows this. He's using businessmen and women, and also it says and or military. Most of President Trump's nominations were special operations veterans and or Navy SEALs and things of that nature. So it's a really cool thing that you're witnessing. And that's why it baffles me that so many President Trump supporters, conservatives and Republicans, would not want to know what President Trump's working with. Again, military laws, military strategies, military tactics, military regulations, military publications, military manuals, military directives, they're not conspiracy theories. They're lawful tactics and strategies, and they've been in law since before our foundation. And our military law heavily, when you start reading and studying it, our military law is about prevention. We got to prevent this on the front. This is why you need to learn this right now. It doesn't matter how old you are. You need to learn prevention tactics. You've got to get where you prevent the swamp from happening. A lot of people's attitudes out there have been, oh, when is this? Oh, nothing changes till we see arrest. Da, 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 da. No, nothing changes till you get your heads out of your rear ends and you learn prevention methods and prevention tactics and prevention strategies, and you learn when, where, and how we vote. You also learn everything that we've gone through, and also how do we prevent this from happening. You should be in the Native American mindset thinking 7 generations out. You should be concerned about your children, their children, their children, their children, their children, their children. 7. You should be looking. You're all. Some of you are so focused on the past that, hey, if you're rooting for someone to be hung, what's the difference in that and then the other side want President Trump the same way? See, you're showing that you have no cognitive awareness of how we're supposed to move forward. We have punishments in place, but guess who did that? Y'all did that. You people out there complaining, y'all allowed this to happen. 535 members of Congress, a president and a vice president, and a few members in the cabinet control 335 million people. We're now up to 350 million. But during that time period before President Trump, no. 335 million people didn't have a clue what 535 members of Congress were supposed to be doing under your watch, which is outlined in our Declaration of Independence, which is way more important than the Constitution. The Declaration is the one that tells us, but when a long train of abuses, it tells you when this becomes destructive of these ends. This meaning what? A government like that. It is their right, it is their duty to alter, to offthrow such government and reset it. That is what 45-47 is. So, yeah. It was good to have this little rekindling moment, because right now we're in the final stages. We're in the final countdown. All right? We're getting to the golden age. President Trump's done posted twice in this week, the best is yet to come. Well, that means the best ain't here yet. So you got to chill out and relax. There's not going to be a day where the whole world just shuts down and they pull out a scroll again and they read all the things they've done. You're supposed to already see that. And if you're reading and studying what you're supposed to be reading and studying, you wouldn't have to do that. So my advice is, hey, if you can't afford a book, which is great, that's fine. Go to the documents.info, catch up to 2021, well, January 2021. Then go to my Rumble account and start from wherever you want to start and work your way forward. But don't start from the front, start from the back. Start from my very first post and work your way forward. And then you got to study. You got to do whatever your study tactics are. You got to sit down with a pen and a paper, highlighter, write down all these things, and you got to pull up your laptop and pull these up, read and study. Then you got to pair them together, piece them together. And then you're going to have a clear picture going, oh my gosh, this is the most biblical, historical, monumental operation known to man. And you're going to love every bit of it, especially when you love President Trump, you love Dan Scavino, you love Devin Nunes. I mean, there's a lot of people that have proven clear, great people. And once you learn that, you're going to be like, oh my gosh, again, it's the most awesome operation known to man. And it's a reset. And you're gonna, if you live long enough, then you're gonna see that. If you don't live and you're a Christian, you're gonna see all the answers when you get to heaven anyway. Military aircraft right there. So, again, thank you for the prayers. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the condolences. Thank you for the love. Thank you for the messages. Thank you for the comments. Thank you for the cards. Thank you for all that. I do appreciate it. My family appreciates it. So I'm gonna sign off today. One, it's burning up, and then two, I think my computer's dying. But anyway, it's good to be here, and I'll be back. I'll be start doing my other podcasts. I think my slate opens up this week. My normal podcast that I'll be posting. And I'll be getting back into my normal again on Facebook and Instagram, and we're gonna get through this together. I made a promise to my dad before he passed. Made a promise that I would work on my language, even the little slang words, and I promised that to our preacher, that I work on my slang words. And so there's going to be like this new challenge, like a swear tank, right, where I don't say just even simple 4-letter words. So I'm going to try my best to do that and keep my word as best as possible. Yeah, but, the times I have gotten like in an upheave, I guess if you want to call it that, it's just because I'm passionate about it. But I thought, you know what, this would be a good challenge to do. And I'm going to work on my little slang words where I can do that. Because if I ever want to be a preacher one day, I can't be slipping up with a little wordy dirt in the pulpit if I ever wanted to do that one day. So anyway, so I'm going to try to keep that promise. And it wasn't so much of a promise that I had to keep from that angle. It was just more of a challenge. But I'm going to treat it kind of like a promise and work on that. So, but anyway, I'll be coming back live again. Like I said, I'll start that again. I may change the day because Sunday I want to change the day, probably Sunday to like a Friday or a Thursday or something like that. That way I can, even though I know some people's Sabbath day is on a Saturday, but ours in the South's on a Sunday. So I may change that up, but I will be going live again here soon and doing things like that. And then also on other podcasts. So we'll be seeing you all soon. So I'm gonna try to end this right here. There we go.
Wishing secrets. So yesterday I put up that we might be seeing World War III starting next week, this coming week, and lo and behold, we have Israel like striking Hezbollah and Iran getting pissed about that and shooting missiles, 10 missiles. Fortunately, none of them, hit their targets. They were like knocked down, and no one was injured. President Trump is trying to defuse the situation, but I've heard from another source, which I'll show here in a minute, that the Israelis have already sent jets to Iran. Now, whether it be called back or where they launched it all, who knows? We'll look at what's going on. But it's moving towards, some of the things that we had talked about yesterday. Now, will President Trump be able to, maintain the cool, keep everybody cool? We'll see. So the IRGC attacks on Israel were a warning. President Donald Trump was briefed on the latest development between Iran and Israel. It was not immediately clear whether the Iranian missile attack caused damage in Israel. And from what I'm seeing now, it didn't. Right? Trump criticized Israel's strikes on Beirut, saying he was not happy about it. Now, he has not been happy with Israel for the last couple of days. He struck out at Netanyahu very angrily several days ago, and I think it was yesterday they saw that Israel had been spying on the peace agreements. So of course they would, but I guess they caught them in the act, and so there's a lot of criticism. that we've all heard that Israel will be saved for last. So we're starting to set that up. What's going on with the the strike back on Netanyahu? I think it's good because there's so many people out there that are saying that Trump is controlled by Israel, which I don't believe, but those people are out there, and who knows, maybe this will help them settle down their thoughts on that. So Netanyahu says not to attack Iran in response. So Trump told him that Iran has not targeted Israel directly since the United States and Iran agreed to the fragile ceasefire on April 7th. So Iran has been constantly striking, our allies in the Gulf. And then President Trump, they'll do a defensive attack on them, knock down the area where the drones or missiles came from. But several of them have been very successful at going in and striking our allies. But President Trump has continued to say we're still in a peace agreement. negotiations, and they're getting close. He's been saying that for over a month, but we'll see. Now, he told Netanyahu or the world that Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday would have been the signing of the peace agreement. So these, pushing these tensions like this is not good. It sounds like Israel doesn't want them to go through. Israel is trying to provoke and cause these peace agreements to not go through, because Israel, like myself and a lot of other people, do not believe that the Iranian regime can be trusted, that they are going to tell us or tell Trump whatever he wants to hear, while in the meantime, in the background, they're going to continue to develop their weapons of mass destruction, possibly, and cause problems for their Gulf allies. So we'll see how this turns out. I think probably next week will be a turning point, whether it's a positive turning point or whether it's going to go, hardcore. So Trump said, we're very close to a deal, or I'm going to blow the hell out of them. So he told this to Meet the Press in a contentious interview that was broadcast on June 7th. During that interview, the interviewer kind of attacked Trump on his views about the election in California, and President Trump, became very angry and got up and basically walked out. So it is getting very tense in a lot of areas. So the strikes come amid Israel's military campaign in Lebanon. Israel's strike in the Beirut area was the first attack since the United States brokered a truce plan for Lebanon. And did Israel, because they were spying on the United States negotiating the peace plan, see that it was close and they wanted to, provoke an incident? It remains to be seen, but it definitely remains to be seen if Israel goes in and does a strike of their own. This is probably going to escalate. All right. Well, I don't think President Trump will have a say at that point. It's just going to start to, get out of hand. So the U.S. military is on high alert. U.S. President Donald Trump said Israel's strike on Beirut had damaged efforts to reach a ceasefire deal with Iran. So it was close, like I said, and like he said, and he said, she said. So it says Trump told Fox News that he had expected an agreement could be signed on Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, or next week, or next month, or it doesn't matter, guys. The leadership in Iran has to be removed. Israel knows it. I know it. I don't know what's going on with Donald Trump and team, but they started this. They started to, and I think it was a good thing, but they need to finish it, and they should have finished it, a month ago, instead of playing around with this. So I don't know what the bigger picture of this is. Looking at it from my military experience and my knowledge of the way that Iran works, and also from the how the Iranians are speaking. They want this regime removed. If you leave them there, they're gonna do weapons of mass destruction at some point. So U.S. President said the American military is on alert, and Israeli officials have said any Iranian attack on Israeli territory would trigger retaliation and could give Israel an opportunity to renew the campaign. The warning came as Washington and Tehran remained deadlocked over a deal to end the war Trump launched in February with U.S. airstrikes alongside Israel against Iran, right? So let's look at Max Afterburner has a few, thoughts on this, and he's got some good video. So let's check, what he has to say out.
from Iran launched towards Israel tonight, but it looks like they came up completely empty-handed with interceptor missiles smoking all of those Iranian missiles. Obviously, civilians hiding across Israel, but it looks like no structural hits at this point. 10 of Iran's best missiles aimed at Israel, and the only thing that basically landed at this point was noise and a lot of rhetoric, as they do. So this is the first time that Iran has thrown ballistic missiles directly at Israel since the April truce, and it lands on day 100 of a war that opened up in February when Iran's military was essentially decimated. So are we seeing frustration here? Are we seeing the writing on the wall?
So, of course, that's an interesting, number on day 100 of this war. So it is, these baddies like those numbers, right? So on the 100th day of the war, it began again.
Regime is just going to keep doing this. Well, the president of the United States, President Trump, is trying to de-escalate. He said the Iranian strikes didn't hurt anybody. So obviously Iran isn't doing nothing. They're basically doing the things that they did before, just on a lesser scale, because their ballistic missile inventory has been completely decimated, as well as their ability to produce those ballistic missiles. But obviously at this point, Iran is going to do what they do best. And then I've got a little global roundup section for you as well. We're going to hit. All
right. So now this is what is coming from Israel. And it sounds like Israel has launched and they're going after targets in Iran as we're speaking. So at any time we could see, some targets being hit in Iran.
Iran is launching ballistic missiles towards Israel. Israeli Air Force jets are heading out to strike inside Iran.
So he is saying under, who has told him, how does he know? But now this was, I think, a few hours ago when this was released. Yeah, 3 hours ago. So should have probably, gotten some explosions in Iran about this time. I don't know what exactly the distance to, from Israel to Iran, but I don't think it's that long. But we'll see. It should be, like I said, should be, if they did launch when this gentleman said, then we should be seeing some explosions. All right. If we don't see explosions, then that means they didn't launch. All right. And are they're seeking targets, and maybe that's why the jets launched, that we're going to look for targets and then they call in strikes. I don't know, so we'll see.
At this moment, is the war in the Middle East returning after senior officials in Iran escalated their tone towards Israel and the United States, and after Tehran warned of a painful and decisive response? For the first time since the ceasefire, Iran launched missiles towards Israel. Today, just a few hours ago, the IDF struck in the Dahia neighborhood in Beirut, Lebanon's capital, for the first time since Trump's ban on striking there. In Iran, they threatened, "Look to the skies." The United States gave Israel freedom of action to strike Iran if it launches missiles towards Israel. And in Israel here, it was announced explicitly that we will respond to the launches from Iran with full military force. So after days of restraint and against the background of Trump's ban and the continued launches towards the north, Prime Minister Netanyahu and Defense Minister Israel Katz announced that the Air Force struck Hezbollah headquarters in the Dahia, their headquarters in Beirut, Lebanon's capital. And according to reports, Israel updated the United States before the strike. The target was an apartment where commanders of the terrorist organization Hezbollah were meeting. I'm Meir Pinto, with me is Mati Shoshani, and we're here on Boots on the Ground with a special emergency report. We bring you the whole truth about what's happening here in Israel, and also the whole truth about what's happening in our neighborhood, the Middle East. And this is a special live report right now today, June 7th, 2026. So let's begin. In these minutes, dozens of ballistic missiles were fired from Iran towards northern Israel. The attack comes after the Air Force began striking in the Dahia neighborhood in Beirut, which is the capital of Lebanon. In a joint statement on behalf of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Defense Minister Israel Katz, it was stated, in accordance with the directive of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Defense Minister Israel Katz, the IDF has now struck TER headquarters in the Dahia district in Beirut. This is in response to Hezbollah fire towards the Israeli territory. And according to sources, the United States administration was updated in advance about the strike. In addition, the Hezbollah headquarters that was struck contained the planning center for an attack inside Israeli territory. Israel informed the United States that Hezbollah is still attacking towards the north.
All right, so it sounds like the United States was informed of this attack in Beirut, in Lebanon. So it was targeting, Hezbollah commanders in apartment buildings. Sounds like. Did they get them? Remains to be seen. But regardless, this was something that Iran said that if Israel continued to strike, and if they struck in this specific area, obviously, why? Because Iran knows that that's where their baddies are, right? That they've been funding to strike Israel. So Israel struck back before they get struck, and I guess part of the peace agreement, according to or in the thoughts of Iran, was no more attacks on Beirut. So this is just allowing the terrorist guys, Hezbollah terrorists, to formulate and plan and get ready for more strikes. It's not smart. They have to be eliminated. You cannot allow the Nazis of the Middle East to continue to stay in power and expect that they're not going to do evil, right? So this is frustrating from my point of view, and I think probably from a lot of other people's points of view. At some point, we will have to take them out. Just like we're seeing, this is like another piece of World War III, I believe, that's getting ready to kick off again. And we have another piece of World War III, which is kicking off or has kicked off in Ukraine and Russia. So Russia is very methodically eliminating the Nazis from Ukraine. Ukraine, you will not see any inch of Ukraine not occupied, in my opinion, by Russian troops at some point. Because they, in the past, in the 50s, after World War II, when they came in and they hammered the hell out of the Nazis and were a major, part of destroying the Nazi empire in Germany. And part of that empire was in Ukraine. So when they came into Ukraine, they defeated the Nazis in Ukraine. Ukrainians were part of the Nazi German, Gestapo and, their army and so forth. So when Russia came in, it took them years, but they did clean out completely the Banderas group, the Nazis in Ukraine. They sent 100,000 or more, maybe a couple 100,000 to concentration camps. And that's where they were going to live the rest of their lives. Stalin cleaned it up. And then you had the next commissar, right, so of Russia, the next Russian leader, what was his name? Kaczynski, not Kaczynski, but something like that. So he comes in and releases all those Banderas Nazis because he was Ukrainian and let them go back into Ukraine, and they formed up. And this time, Russia will not stop until they have completely eliminated all of the Nazis in Ukraine. right? So same thing. They'll talk peace, but they know that they're giving they their demands are not going to be met by Ukraine. Ukraine wants all the territory back, and Russia's like, no, we're not going to give you the territory that we've fought, and so we're going to continue to see this part of World War III, which I believe is going on now in Russia and Ukraine. So it's heating up there. I believe at some point, whether it's next week, which I believe it's about that time, where next week we're going to see the other aspect of World War III start to kick off again, and that's where Iran is basically going to be taken down. So it'll take several weeks, several months. It's going to take some time, but it's going to happen, and it's got to happen. So I think it's like we're going back in there, and Israel maybe was going to get the blame for restarting it, but like you just heard, the United States was informed that Israel was going to go in and take out the leadership of Hezbollah.
Therefore, Israel has the right to strike in the Dacha neighborhood, and that this is a strike against a strike. It was also noted that if Hezbollah attacks again towards the north, Israel will again strike in the Dacha neighborhood in Beirut. A military source explains that the strike was aimed at an apartment building where Hezbollah headquarters were operating in some of the apartments. The strike was carried out, according to the source, without causing collateral damage and without harming the uninvolved civilians. Based on what that we can see right now, the strike is also symbolic and is meant to send a message to Hezbollah and to the United States that Israel will operate in the Dacha when Hezbollah fires at the Galilee, at the northern communities of Israel. So following the Air Force strike, reports were received in Lebanon about a widespread departure of residents.
All right, so Israel struck into Lebanon at Hezbollah after Hezbollah fired at them. So, I mean, it would be like, the Mexican cartels, firing across the border into the United States, rockets or whatever. The U.S. military is going to go in and knock the hell out of them. So this is what we're seeing in Israel right now. So Hezbollah started it, Israel responded, and then Iran responded. And President Trump is saying, well, there was no missiles that hit anybody in Israel. Don't send an attack, even though he said earlier that if Israel, during the peace agreements, if Israel is attacked by Iran, by more missiles or drones or, aircraft, whatever, that Israel has the right to go in and, hammer them. So I don't know. We're going to see. I'm waiting. I'm watching. That's all we can do right now. If you do see Iran striking into, or Israel striking into Iran, this is probably going to heat up, right? And then Israel is going to or Iran is going to really start to launch into the Gulf region, lots of missiles, because I think they have a lot more missiles, right? I think they have tens and tens of thousands of missiles still. So we'll see. Now, when I look at, the markets, you want to look at the markets and see how they're responding. They're going to give you some decent insights of what's going to come. Now, initially, we saw crypto was up a couple thousand over the weekend because it really got hammered really hard down to a low where if it went lower, it's going to collapse probably to 50,000. So it's back up to about 63,000 right now. I'm looking at oil. Oil spiked massively, of course, on this. So that's not a good sign. Now we're seeing precious metals. I'm looking at silver. Silver's down a little bit, but they have recovered. And we're also seeing Gold was slightly up. Now it's about even. Platinum, palladium, they're all up. So we'll have to see, what's going to happen with the markets. The markets are probably going to tell us, the way this is going to go. Now, Friday, the markets, created pretty hard. And that was because the U.S. came out with a good jobs report. And so the market is hooked on, easy money from the Fed. There's a huge debt bubble that's floating, hovering over the markets. Eventually, that debt bubble is going to pop. But I think it still has a little bit of life in it. We may see a pullback, several percent in the markets before it starts to run higher again. I don't know what's going to cause it to run higher again. It looks like it needs to pull back a little bit. It's overbought, even though it sold off massively on Friday. So now unfortunately, we're seeing where the good news, where, more people are getting jobs, and they went back and they upgraded the jobs from the last several reports. So for the last several months, job numbers have been going up. And this latest job number went up massively, more than double what they expected. So the markets didn't like that, because that means the Fed could possibly raise rates and take away their easy money. Now, normally in a good market where everything's going up like it should, then good job numbers means that people are working, people are going to spend, people are going to buy stuff, and the stock market should go up. So we're in a topsy-turvy market right now. So we're going to see this thing, like I've said, probably hit more all-time highs before it finally crashes, right? Now, will the recent, strikes, and if there are strikes in Iran, like I'm saying, from Israel coming in and striking them, and it basically kicks this war off again, which I highly believe it's going to at some point, whether it's this week or whenever, it will kick off. That's a given, all right? So better now rather than late. The longer we wait, the more they gear back up, get more of their, missile systems up to speed and so forth, and then pay off their proxies like Hezbollah and Hamas. So a lot of people think that, Iran only has the Gulf of Hormuz to move their oil from. That's not right, right? They have a lot of land. They're surrounded all around by different countries. So they can move their oil and have been moving their oil through other countries like Turkey and, other places. So we're going to see them still make money and take that money, not give it to the people, of course, because the people, I won't say riot, but they demonstrate, they get slaughtered. They lick their wounds. They come back. They demonstrate some more. They get slaughtered. There's hardly any money that's being paid out to anybody anymore, anywhere. They're using all that money to pay their proxies and continue the war in other areas, probably buying more missile systems, upgrading their missile systems, all that stuff. So the longer we wait to hit Iran, the worse it's going to be, right? And I don't know, maybe we go in and we know where everything's at, and we're going to just knock the hell out of them. Now, Trump keeps saying that, but if you have that option and everyone's telling you, like me and everyone that's fought there for decades and decades and decades, that these and the Iranian people. So the Iranian people, myself, and everyone that's been involved in the Middle East wars, we can tell you Iran has to go. The leadership of Iran has to go. It has to go. They will not negotiate truthfully. If they're moving their lips, they're lying, right? So I don't know what kind of game President Trump is playing, but and the Shah's son of Iran has said that, that we have millions of boots on the ground already. You give us the go ahead. You give us some air cover. We're going to go in. We're going to just take these guys out. So it seemed like that's a pretty easy deal, right? We don't have to put boots on the ground. I think we still will. We're still going to have to at some point, but it won't be as many. Because I've said this. I said that, Special Forces can go in and coordinate with all these people that are ready to fight back. And they're leaving the military and they're forming what they're called the Immortal Guards. All right. Sounds like something from ancient Iran. So it's Persia. So it's I think it's a done deal if we allow them to, strike out and take down the, military. And if the military comes in and tries to hammer them, IRGC, then we hammer them. We have air superiority. Israel and United States has complete air superiority. So we could, back them up as they march across the landscape and take down, this evil 47-year in the making empire, which is, displaced the old Persian Empire and replaced it with a Nazi, Middle Eastern Muslim radical group that was supported by the City of London, right? So by taking them out, then that's another strike against the City of London, which needs more and more strikes before we can completely take it down for good, right? So my thoughts are we're going to go in and we're going to hammer the hell out of Iran. And I hope it's next week. Let's get it done, right? Let's get it done. Now, California obviously is another problem. The elections in California, I think it's, I saw one where it's, it looks like, all the votes are now going into ramen noodles, right? So the extreme communist who says that she's going to take away the, outdoor backyard grills because she doesn't like climate change and she thinks the outdoor grills are a problem. I remember I saw where a lot of people don't even know who she is. She just recently came on the scene and now she's catapulting up and looks like she's going to, pass, the Republican candidate for LA mayor. Now, for whatever reason, they keep saying that, the Republican candidate for governor is going to go forward. I don't know why Spencer Pratt it's not going to go for, but Steve Hilton is. It doesn't make sense to me. If they're going to take, maybe they'll just take one of them down and let the other one go up. And just like President Trump, they'll just hammer the hell out of them the whole time and won't get anything done. Who knows? Who knows what their plans are? Or maybe if they get away with taking out Spencer Pratt, then Steve Hilton is he'll be next because they're going to take probably another month before they discover all the votes. And so discover which ones they need to go in what pile and which ones need to be burned or changed or thrown away or whatever. So it's illogical, the way the votes are coming in, and I guess they're doing all these looking behind the scenes trying to find the fraud that's going on. It's going to be tough because the dumber Democrats, as President Trump has started to call them, they're not so dumb. They're very skilled at cheating because that's the only way that they get in office. So they've got that down. So I don't think we're gonna. I don't know. I don't think we're gonna find fraud, but maybe. I hope we do. I think it's out there, but they've been able to cover this up for a long time. I mean, look at 2020. We all knew there was a lot of fraud, just like there's fraud that's going on right now in California. But it's very tricky because these guys control the press. They have political, people everywhere. They have people that can, suicide people. They get a little too close to the truth, or they can have accidents on the streets, like they've done some people. Oh, they got robbed. Well, their wallet is still in their back pocket. So these guys are evil. The Democrats, I call them demon rats, right? There's nothing about the Democrat Party that's positive. They've been destroying America for a very, very long time. So it's just going to, probably get worse before it gets better. So if Spencer Pratt, gets pushed out by Ramen Noodle, she rises up and she's the number 2, which looks like is what they want to push. Then they come in just like they've been stealing other cities like Seattle. We got a communist in Seattle. We got a communist in New York City. They're just going to start inserting communists into these big cities, and then eventually they'll work their way up and start taking the governors and eventually the president. All right. So this is, I think, their plan. So we have to stop it. Just like Russia is stopping the Nazis in Ukraine, we got to stop the Nazis here in the United States, guys. It is a real deal. We have a real problem. I fought my whole life practically these savage communists around the world, and lo and behold, here in America, we have the worst ones. We should have been fighting these guys here in America, not taking our military and going around the world fighting. All right, so I know it's like hard for people to grasp that now people have said the only way is the military. In some respects, I believe that, the only way is the military, but boy, we're in a slow roll to get there. How much more damage we're going to have to go through? How much more, do we have to expose before people start to go, okay, enough of this bullshit, send in the Marines. Well, the Marines have already gone into LA once, so it won't be hard to put them in there again, I guess. We'll see. All right. That's all I got for now, guys. Just keep your eyes open. Watch what's going on as far as the strikes. If we get a strike in Iran, this is probably going to be game on for this other aspect, this smaller World War III, because World War III is, wars, isolated wars, Ukraine, Russia, Iran, United States and Israel, and the Gulf states. NATO should never be funded ever again by the United States. We should never send another dime. But of course, we have, demon rats and rhinos in the, Congress and the Senate that want to send again these Nazis in Ukraine some more billions of dollars. All right, so it's on. It's on. All right, so we have to clean out our not only does the military have to come in and clean the voting system and clean out the savages that have come across the border into our cities and are ready to get weapons from mosques and start to, but we also have these political types that are, constantly stealing our money and sending it overseas. It's crazy. All right. So it's on like Donkey Kong. That's right, Mary. So let's get it. Let's get it going. Right. Tired of playing around. Tired of talking around this stuff over and over again. It's obvious what needs to happen. Send in the Marines. Let's start to kick their ass. Right. So, and send them love while it's happening. Protect those Marines. Send them love. Right. And then send the baddies love, because that'll make them weak and the Marines can kick their ass a lot easier. All right. All right, guys. Lots of love. Stay in the love vibration, and we'll see you guys next time.
So you promised me. I hear you've been telling everybody you made me a deal I couldn't refuse on the event in Vegas. And you're right, Juanito. I got to give it to you. I think you used the Jedi mind trick on me. But listen, I made you a deal. So we're going to talk about this more on .tv because it's getting pretty.
I wanted you to consider the alternatives. Okay, this was a reasonable expectation on my part.
I got to tell you, that's not your best impression. I thought you were having a stroke.
Yeah, right. Well,
Juanito,
there's plenty of
look,
people
man.
would probably like to see that happen. Yeah.
No, hell no, man. You're a national treasure, my man. Juanito, all right, so here we are, man. Save Act didn't pass. And we've discussed this on my show with you, and I kind of expected this. Obviously, more extreme measures need to be taken, correct?
Well, you cannot go through with the 2026 election under the circumstances where you have fraudulent primaries. What happens is the only candidates...
Allegedly. This is fluff tube. They're hammering down on people. Allegedly. Go ahead, Juan.
Yeah. So with the way that things are breaking in multiple states, California is not the only one, where there's all sorts of anomalous activity. If you're going to proceed to the general without rectifying some of these problems, that would be a repeat of things that have already happened, and that got us in this situation. So you got one shot at dealing with this, and as I've told your audience numerous times and others, I believe the only way to solve this is you're going to have a pause. Several years ago, I was on a call with a number of very serious players in the political arena, and was on a conference call, and we've been on it, a bunch of attorneys like that, for several hours. And at a certain point, I said, well, I think you're going to have to pause the election before it's all over with, and military's going to have to step in. And my friend that was in the room with me, and we're in his law office on this elevated floor and all that, and he hits the freaking mute button. He goes, dude, these are serious players. You cannot talk shit like that. I'll never live this down. Don't say another word. So Jen's laughing in the background because she knew. So it's absolutely, you just have to understand. I mean, this call, probably real number, was costing various people somewhere around $15,000 an hour. And we've been on it for several hours with all the attorneys involved. And the longest silence, I mean,
uncomfortable silence,
30, 45 seconds. Absolutely dead silent. My friend is just like, he's just rubbing his eyes. He's looking at the ceiling. He's like, so embarrassed. And then the senior attorney, a person that most people here in this room would know the name of instantly, breaks the silence, and he says, it probably will shock everybody else on this call, Juan, but I believe you're exactly correct, and I agree with you, and applaud you for at least bringing out the elephant in the room.
Beautiful.
And after that, my friend is just like, I can't believe this. He's agreeing with you seriously on this. And somebody talks to the president pretty regularly. And, they were just shocked out. Now, this was years ago, talking about what was coming up. And
coming in 2026.
Yeah. So the reason I say that is because it's not as unbelievable as it might sound. It's never happened like this before, but the threat against America is not anything like it's ever been before. And let me point out again something that I point out to audiences before. Trump said at least 2 times now, but probably several, but 2 that you can go search on the internet, in spite of YouTube and everybody else. And he has said 2 specific times that I'm aware of, and there's probably others. I was 45, 46, although I don't really want to admit that, and 47 now. What an absolutely audacious, over the top, completely insane statement is that to most Americans, let alone in a military environment and other stuff, or, given the side eye. What did he just say? How could he make such an audacious statement? But within a very rarefied area of military command, he never relinquished his authority, and that's nuclear and beyond. Now, the reason I say that is because that's how serious the situation is. There's things going on in plain sight that are hard to get your mind around. If you're, somebody mentioned they're bringing their daughter to the event there in Vegas in a couple of days that you're emceeing, and said, the daughter just, she doesn't want to hear any scary stuff. She doesn't want to she wants to be able to sleep at night. She doesn't want to, she's got kids to raise and all that. She's coming to enjoy the movie, Dark Horse, which we're showing the first night, and hear some of that, but she doesn't really know that she wants to hear the rest of it.
So she could go on another day.
She could go on another day. Now, here's the thing. For most people, it's a bridge too far. They just don't have the bandwidth to hear, I was 46, but I really don't want to, admit it. It stretches their mind. It causes them to have to do mental gymnastics. I don't want to have to worry about nuclear. I don't care anything. I just want to be able to get gas in the gas tank. Now, here's the reason I mentioned that.
Oh, there! Look what Alex just brought up. There it is. Yeah. Then, yep. Good job, Alex.
Okay. So here's what the problem is. You have a huge component of our population that does not want to be bothered with the details. They want somebody that talks the way they want to talk, that's smooth, that pats them on the wrist, and comforts them on their way. And to me, that's sort of like I had somebody, we were dealing with a very serious medical situation just a short while ago. And the medical people wanted this person to go through a standard treatment. And so they're making them feel good while they're giving them everything that's going to make them go through so much misery. And I asked the person before they got too far along, I says, they're going to make you, it's going to be brutal. It's going to be gripping. And they're not going to save your life. Are you sure you don't want to try a different alternative? Because their chances of winning at this point and putting you throughout misery. And the person actually had an honest conversation with their doctor and really wrestled through it. And the doctor says, well, real numbers, most people in your condition don't make it, even with the way we're going to do the treatment. And she did some research and came up with a number and realized, a brick at least knows how to hit a window and break it, okay? These guys don't even know what they're doing. They've shut off the refinery, the Vallejo refinery. It's being shut down permanently, going away forever, dismantled. And other refineries, they have no replacement in mind. And within the mentality of the politicians involved, people will just drive less. People will just take our new monorail from our new high-speed train from San Francisco to LA. And, they'll just work it out. They'll get on the internet more. They're going to shut down the ability to travel in California with the way that they're treating the refineries. there's some of us that, it'd be painful, but we just pay the price and whatever. I remember this, by the way, in the late 70s, in the gas crisis in the 70s. And I was with a friend who was very, very wealthy. And he had a Lincoln Mark V and he had a Caddy and all that, but the Lincoln Mark V is what I preferred. And so I'd had to get gas. And he says, hey, look, everybody else, they're going to feel this. I mean, they're going to feel it bad. Me, I don't really care. It's the cheapest part of owning a car, pay for the gas. Gas could be $10 a gallon. And back then it was like, under $1.
Jeez.
I remember.
Well, let me jump to some more.
Well, let me just add this one thing real quick, and I know you got to go. The reality is, California is about to get an absolute wake-up call internally, but the rest of the country is going to feel it very, very severely. California, if it was a country, not a state, would be the 10th largest country economically on planet Earth.
Jesus.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so you're talking about
is Texas is California ahead of Texas on that?
Yes, on the economy, economically. Wow. Okay. And the reason that that's important, Nino, and everybody here has to take a deep breath and think about what I'm saying. It's a tail wagging the dog type of a situation. The politics has gone completely off the map. And it's favoring involvement with Chinese businesses, banking, all sorts of things. And China's, and we'll talk about it in the back channel, I won't say it here, in a very key position within what Tulsi's going to be releasing here shortly. There's reverberations that will hit the rest of the country that will make California and California politicians and the financial stuff, including the bond fraud, especially in the school districts, make them a pariah to the rest of the country and to the world. A lot of what's about to hit us starts in California, not the East Coast. And that's actually a gift. This storm, weather moves from west to east in the U.S., with much of it rising out of Asia, where I'm at right now. So you have to kind of be ready to brace yourself. And the reverberations are going to go on for quite a while. There's a military component where what's about to happen in California has ramifications for even our ability to defend ourselves militarily with what they're doing with the energy supply. And you have to wonder who was in cahoots with who to bring this on. And remember the huge banking crisis in 2008. Where did it actually start? It started with energy pricing when fuel doubled in cost for vehicles, and all of a sudden businesses couldn't run. And California and the politicians in California have just set America up for a huge fuel crisis. They did this in Europe. Germany shut down the nuclear plant that was only a few months old, best state of the art in the world. Everybody promised them they were going to get gas out of Russia, oil out of Russia, everything else. And then it got shut down. Germany is in deep, deep, deep shit over a similar issue. It's all over the world. They're trying to shut you down the energy that hits the financial and cripple America.
Let me bring in John Bolton here and get your opinion on this. Former Trump advisor John Bolton agrees to plead guilty to retaining classified information. So John Bolton, who previously served as national security advisor to President Donald Trump, has agreed to plead guilty to retaining classified information after leaving office. Bolton faces a sentence of up to 60 months in jail. That sounds very light to me, Juanito. And a fine of $2.25 million. What are we looking at here, Juanito?
Well, on top of everything else, he published what he did. He attacked President Trump directly. And it wasn't a benign thing. He did that in order to attack in a treasonous, traitorous way, the way that President Trump was administering. And he used classified papers to do that. And he also shared them with other people that were not authorized to see it. So a statement is being made here. As far as I'm concerned, he's getting off light. The really, really, really short way you have to remember this, because people have already forgotten. When Iran shot down a drone, it was actually two, not a little tiny baby drone, a drone about the size of a short body 737, and a commercial airplane. Big monster thing. I mean, these things, they do all sorts of. Iran shot it down. They'd actually shot another one down. They faked the other one that was missing crashed into Mount Shasta. A complete bullshit story. So they could account for it. And Bolton and others came to the president and said, you have got to act and do something to show Iran they can't get away with this. Well, from a globalista standpoint, trying to start a war, there was all sorts of questions. Was Trump being set up? Trump finally agrees to go ahead and set everything up. The National Security Advisor Bolton, he gets it all put together. Everybody ends up in the Oval Office weeks later in the afternoon because it's midnight in Iran. And they're going to go ahead. Trump has said, don't do anything till I approve it, but get everything ready to go. They get everything ready to go. They got the planes running on the carrier decks, the missiles all locked in. Everything's ready to attack Iran and make them pay for taking down this drone. And then as Trump gets the order on his desk, he pulls his pen out of the drawer. He's about to sign this order to attack. He stops and he asks a question of one of the generals. He says, how much was that drone, by the way? And he says, about $30 million. Okay. And he says, because I said I wanted minimum casualties at all, but especially civilian. And they said, well, we think about 100. About 100 people are going to die in this attack. And he's thinking about it for a second, and then another general pipes, 200 max. It could go as high as 200. But we've tried everything to minimize it and all that. Trump's like a janitor in the aspirin factory type thing, something that happened in Iran or Iraq. And so he thinks about it for a second or two, and he says, $30 million. Well, it's really 60, sir. And replacements another $5 million each. Okay. So it's $70 million, whatever. We're a big country. We can afford it. I think we got to find another way. And one Iranian life is worth more than $30 million. I think we stop. He puts his pen in the drawer and he doesn't do anything. Now, Bolton's in the room. Bolton's the one that set up everything. Got everybody working together, bomb Iran. This is going to be Trump's Vietnam moment. Once he does this, it'll never stop. The war's on, and they're just licking their chops. And when Trump did that, it so embarrassed Bolton. Plus, it exposed all of the connections within the Pentagon. Jeez. All of the spy people, all of the connections, by the way, into Israel and other places that so many people are wound up about right now. It exposed it, and then Trump started rooting a lot of these people out and cutting them off from things. Groups that were anti-Trump up to that point in time, they were about to get their war that they wanted. Trump doesn't want to start a war. He wants to end the wars. And so Bolton took papers and kept them because he wanted to put those papers into a book and to other people to go to war with Trump. And so that was the context.
My ghetto timer just went off.
Hello, Patriots. I'm at Restored Republic via a GCR update compiled by Judy Byington. Worldwide alert. Golden Age protocol has been activated. System reset to freedom. Stand by for golden global currency reset. Old Satan-worshipping shadow government system of control collapsing. New age of abundance, transparency, and sovereignty rising. Obama, Biden, Clinton, Pelosi, White House pedophile ring uncovered by WikiLeaks. Link, Judy Byington bombshell report. Obama, Biden, Clinton, Pelosi, White House pedophile ring uncovered by WikiLeaks. American Media Group, amgnews.com. In another video clip in the above article, Obama talked to a crowd saying, "I wasn't born in Hawaii, nor in the U.S. I was born in Kenya." This casts doubt on the very foundations of Obama's presidential legitimacy. So how did this Kenya-born non-U.S. citizen who faked his law degree get elected in the first place? 3 years later, on Sunday, March 24th, 2024, CNN, Obama and Clinton's corrupt system was revealed again on a video clip of a Trump rally when Trump said to the crowd, "ISIS is honoring President Obama. Obama is the founder of ISIS. Alert, Trump emergency request, Trump's urgent call to action." These Friday, June 5th, situation update, Byington bombshell report. Possible EBS activation, global blackout and lockdown, global currency reset by Monday, June 8th. Friday, June 5th, situation update, We the People News, update featuring Restored Republic. Friday, June 5th, situation update. Boom, Judy Byington bombshell report, Restored Republic via a GCR update. Friday, June 5th. And Friday, June 5th, situation update, Judy Byington, Ricardo Bossi, and Juan O'Savin. Trump has mobilized military units worldwide. Prepare for, within 48 hours, an EBS activation. Global blackout and lockdown before it's news. Global currency reset, Friday, June 5th, 2026. Power, lies, and trillions. $65 billion Madoff versus $37 trillion Federal Reserve, the biggest Ponzi scheme in history exposed. June 5th, breaking U.S. debt clock detonation. Trump's treasury dollar versus the debt machine. Every American owed $516,131 in hidden assets. Friday, June 5th, breaking, epic boom. The National Quantum Initiative, XRP, NISAR. Thursday, June 4th, Bruce. New rates of all currency to be revalued will show up on the Forex. Sunday evening, June 7th, 2026. That will be considered the global currency reset. A source said that everything pops on Monday, June 8th, 2026. That could refer to Tier 4B, us, the Internet Group. Notification to set appointments and disbursement of tariff dividends. $2,000 to $4,000 a month per citizen for a year.
Judy note, no one knows the exact date for notification of appointments for Tier 4B US, the Internet Group to exchange foreign currencies. But deadlines shown in the above timing indicate it to be by the end of this week. We have been told that Wells Fargo, which is controlled by the Chinese elders, the ones who own the gold behind the global currency reset, will send out emails to currency and bondholders worldwide, telling them how to set redemption and exchange appointments. It is advised to redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center RSC rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at RC. The dinar contract rate can only be given at RC, and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at RC. You can only set up your new wallet bank account at ARC. It was my understanding that most banks were under control of the cabal and would soon play a different role in the global financial system.
Imminent what is coming. Tier 4B ISO 2022 on Telegram. Worldwide blackout in rolling waves. Not every city at once. It will look random. It is not. Martial law overlay to keep streets quiet while the old rails are drained. Mass arrests that will appear as resignations. Cancelled pressers. Global currency reset that flips value from paper promises to asset weight. Freedom from cabal debt as legacy ledgers convert to zero or fulfilled. What you will see first. 1. Local power flickers followed by identical maintenance notices across unrelated providers. 2. News channels looping the same frame. No live panels. No call-ins. 3. Payment apps timing out at login, then reopening with a new terms screen. 4. Airport boards that show on time, while terminals are held at the gate. 5. A short tone on radio and TV, then a quiet screen. Do not panic. That is the bridge. What it means. The blackout is the curtain so the crew can change the set. Martial law is the lock so no one runs the old tricks. The arrests are the receipts that everything you suspected was not only real, it was systemic. The currency reset is the power cord finally plugged into the right outlet. Debt freedom is the first breath after years underwater. How to move through it. Charge devices now. Screenshot critical info. Keep one device in airplane mode. Turn off auto updates after the first tone. You do not need a surprise patch mid-sequence. Cash on hand for 72 hours. Water, light, calm. Do not chase rumors. Markers will be simple and public. Markers I will post. Market feeds that return data void for more than 6 minutes. Government portals that show 888.88 or 000.0 in place of numbers. The first tribunal docket timestamp. You will know the names. QFS wallet prompts that pair to biometric identity without SSN. Gesara credits labeled reconciliation or fulfilled. After. When screens return, balances will not look like yesterday. Student debt and revolving credit show closed. Mortgage entries say fulfilled or reconciled. Pension values float to a gold index instead of dollar inflation. You will feel the room change before you understand why. Do not let fear write the story for you. The cabal sold you a lifetime lease on your own future. That contract is about to be void. Stay here. I will call the markers as they land. If this channel goes quiet, it means the broadcast grid has taken custody and the sequence is live. Hold your position. Breathe. Watch the quiet.
Friday, June 5th, National Alert. The great thunderstorm of transformation is here. For your eyes only, approved. Emergency broadcast system activated. Tier 4B, ISO 20022. Christian B. Wallace on Telegram. Warning. Thunderstorm of transformation approaching. EBS blackout imminent. Golden age imminent. Nasara Jasara activation. JFK Jr. and Princess Diana Jr. stand together against a dramatic sky filled with lightning and golden light, representing the dawn of a new era. The image captures what many in the awakening community have long anticipated, the return of beloved figures long thought lost, signaling the final phase of humanity's Great Reset. Key elements in the historic visual: JFK Jr., the son of President John F. Kennedy, who many believe survived the 1999 plane crash and has been working behind the scenes for justice and restoration. Princess Diana Jr., the people's princess, her presence here symbolizes compassion, truth, and the fight against elite control. The storm, symbolic of the great thunderstorm, a massive energetic and systematic shift, clearing out corruption, golden light and lightning representing divine intervention, enlightenment, and the activation of a new financial and societal system free from debt slavery. The message is clear. International alert, JFK Jr., Princess Diana, Golden Age Protocol activated. The great thunderstorm is coming. System reset to freedom. Stand by for the golden reset. The old system of control is collapsing. New age of abundance, transparency, and sovereignty is rising. Prosperity for all and the dismantling of the corrupt financial matrix. The emergency broadcast system is expected to deliver unfiltered truth directly to the people during the blackout period. What to do now? Stay calm and centered. Prepare for temporary communication disruptions. Focus on love, unity, and inner strength. Guru Information and Intel. Friday, June 5th, the greatest misdirection in military history. John F. Kennedy Jr. on Telegram. You were watching the Middle East. You were watching the 8 p.m. deadline, exactly as planned. While the world looked at the Strait of Hormuz, the domestic purge accelerated. Look at the ICE arrest data from the last 48 hours. Up 134%. They are not just deporting illegals. They are extracting the deep state's ground operatives. At the exact same time, the unelected Epstein files are being read into the congressional record. The timing is not a coincidence. The ceasefire was a smokescreen. The real war is happening in your backyard. The elites are trapped. The borders are sealed. The flight logs are secured. They cannot walk down the street. Watch the resignations this week. Watch the sudden health issues of high-profile names. Code Operation Blind Spot. Tier 4B active. The Great Purge. The storm didn't pass. It just changed direction. Friday, June 5th. Eyes on Gitmo. Wartime analysis breaking. Gitmo expansion 2026. Trump tribunals launched under Executive Order 14189. The $500 million expansion. The 47 flights. 107 on Telegram. Unmarked flights from Andrews Air Force Base. Epstein files revelations. Global high-profile arrests and the $500 million Gitmo overhaul. Signal that a military justice operation targeting treason and elite abuse networks is already in motion under President Trump. QAnon supporters and patriots see this as the accountability phase they have awaited. In late May 2026, the Pentagon approved $500 million for emergency expansion at Guantanamo Bay. Plans call for 89 new holding cells, 3 new courtrooms, a full medical wing, and a long-absent communications blackout facility. This replaces prior efforts to shrink the site and prepares for high-level domestic cases involving betrayal, trafficking, and sedition rather than standard threats. On May 15, 2026, President Trump signed Executive Order 14189, reactivating military tribunal authority for civilian national security matters. Those charged with treason, trafficking, or espionage now face military courts offering no jury trials, no plea deals, and no prolonged appeals. Reports confirm these swift proceedings have already begun. Since May 20th, 2026, 47 unmarked flights from Andrews Air Force Base have transported over 200 passengers to Gitmo, with classified manifests and peaks like 14 on May 20th, 22nd on May 27th, and 31st on June 3rd, plus early morning flights on June 4th. The scale points to coordinated processing of serious offenders. Epstein files named hundreds in mid-May. Charges hit the Norway Prime Minister. Goldman Sachs faced resignations. Prince Andrew was arrested during flight surges. El Mahdi was removed and Lord Mandelson detained. Trump stated justice is coming as the Gitmo operation intensifies. The system holds 327,000 sealed indictments versus a typical 1,000 annually. This volume matches the expanding tribunal capacity at Gitmo. The facilities target traitors and abuse network operators, not foreign terrorists. The tribunals are active now under operational security as the storm advances. Supporters note sudden silences, canceled appearances, and quiet resignations as signs the net is closing. All eyes stay on Gitmo, where the shift from dark to light accelerates through precision strikes on corrupt structures. Justice for traitors has begun, and the plan moves forward without pause. Friday, June 5th, huge update. The storm is here. Emergency broadcast system on Telegram. There's now military law under Jassara. 57 deep state banks have been wiped out in the last 72 hours. Daily executions at Gitmo. Troops deploying nationwide. Starlink under heavy fire from the cabal, but it's holding strong as the ultimate quantum shield. Trump is commanding a global military alliance across 200 plus countries. This isn't politics, this is war. On land, sea, air, cyber, and space. The quantum financial system is live. Fiat is dying. Trillions in stolen wealth are being seized and returned to the people. Debt forgiveness, wealth redistribution, the end of the cabal's control. Starlink isn't just internet, it's the battlefield grid. Quantum accurate targeting, defense shields, and counterstrikes that have already neutralized rogue missiles, drones, and frequency attacks from Ukraine to Antarctica. Gitmo is a fortress of justice now. AI courts, quantum encrypted trials, biometric records, confessions flowing. The traitors are finished. The last phase is unfolding. 10 days of darkness incoming. The world you knew is over. What we think we know as of Saturday, June 6, 2026. Friday, June 5th. Before he was suicided, John McAfee exposed the largest drug and human traffickers in all of Central America, angry at Belizean officials for raiding his property on bogus charges. McAfee donated laptops preloaded with spyware to many secretaries within the government. Within a week, the entire government computer system was under my control. I was looking for information that they had set me up for that raid. I didn't find that. I did find out that the Minister of National Defense was the largest drug trafficker in all of Central America, and the Minister of Immigration was the largest human trafficker. The charges are on Telegram. Friday, June 5th, Texas. This is huge. 10 ICE rioters have been found guilty for a July 2025 attack on ICE officers and facilities in Texas that resulted in a police officer being shot and damage to ICE facilities or vehicles. Sentencing will take place on June 18th, with sentencing ranging from 10 years to life. Friday, June 5th, chemtrail pilot whistleblower. 80% of geoengineering pilots have no family or children. They choose pilots with nothing to lose because they have everything to hide. Indigo pilots are handpicked from the top ranks of the Air Force, Navy, and Coast Guard, specifically targeted because they have no one to care about. Most are hardened to humanity and called tanker terminators, machines in the sky paid more than any other pilots, except Air Force One, and kept in a dark secret world for their own protection. This is not weather modification. This is deliberate poisoning of our skies, our soil, our children. Wednesday, June 3rd, Michigan. 2020 election worker testified that 0 military ballots went to Trump, and all ballots were just for Biden. Not even down ballot votes, just Biden. Voters were found with impossible date of births, and with one born in 1928, but registered to vote in 1900, 28 years before they were even born. Yeah, you should go back if you live in Michigan. Check to see if your great-great-grandfather voted in our recent elections. Military ballots showed a date of birth of 1/1/1900. Supervisors refused to explain why and blocked challenges. Ballots were backdated from 11/4 to 11/2. Voters weren't found in electronic or supplemental poll books, so they were added as new voters with fake 1/1/1900 date of births. Thousands of similar affidavits document the same fraud nationwide. Patterns don't lie, electronic voting machines and politicians do. The 2020 election was stolen. Thursday, June 4th, South Dakota. Election experts show South Dakota officials that their election system is completely vulnerable to fraud, loading the entire election system on a separate laptop. He is able to change passwords, decrypt data, manipulate, duplicate, or alter vote totals outside the official certified environment. The software isn't hardware bound or encrypted in a way that prevents unauthorized use and was used in the 2020 election and many others. South Dakota, including Brookings County, has faced separate 2024 to 2025 complaints and petitions exactly about ES&S selling counties laptops not listed on the official EAC certificate for the certified version of the system. This violates state and federal rules. White Hats on Telegram. Friday, June 5th, California. This is how Democrats stay in power in California. Martial law on Telegram. U.S. Attorney Bill Asalee was kicked off the Elections Committee by Democrats for fighting for voter ID. He exposed how the state's website allows anyone to receive mail-in ballots without a driver's license or social security. You simply check the box, "I don't have one," and are sent a ballot. The Democrats in our legislature in Sacramento kicked me off my elections committee for fighting for you, the voters, and speaking up on voter ID. I'm on the website for the state of California to register to vote on the section where you put in your driver's license. Your last four of your social, there's a box underneath each one. It says, "I don't have one, I don't have one." And then you're allowed to proceed to go to vote. What is the agenda here? Why do we let people register to vote and we don't verify their immigration status? We need to instill confidence in our elections. Here's how Democrats rig elections with those mail-in ballots. California moved aggressively toward universal mail-in ballots. Key steps included 2016 to 2018 laws like the Voters' Choice Act, expanded vote-by-mail options, 2020 plus permanent universal mail-in ballots. Every registered voter gets a ballot mailed automatically. Ballot harvesting third parties. Collecting and delivering ballots was also legalized and expanded. The finishing blow, in 2024, SB 1174 was signed. It locked in the statewide no ID standard. And that right there is how you permanently rig elections forever. No one can ever beat this voter fraud. We need a federal audit of California elections. The punishment for election fraud should be equivalent to the punishment for treason, because that's exactly what it is. And just a side note, in the Q posts, there's a few posts where they directly mention California voter fraud. Friday, June 5th, Tartaria was real. An entire civilization was erased from the map 200 years ago. Tartaria on Telegram. Open any map printed before 1850. There it is, Grand Tartary, the largest country on Earth, stretching from Eastern Europe to the Pacific Ocean, larger than Russia, China, and India combined. On every map, in every atlas, referenced in every encyclopedia published before 1900, then gone completely as if it never existed. No war of conquest recorded, no collapse documented, no transition explained. One century, it's the largest nation on Earth. The next century, it's not in any textbook. An entire civilization erased, not conquered, deleted. The architecture tells the story they couldn't fully erase. Every major city in Europe, Russia, and North America contains buildings that don't match their official construction dates. Massive stone structures with impossible engineering, built during periods when the cities supposedly had populations of a few thousand people with no industrial capability. The U.S. Capitol building, the British Parliament, the cathedrals of St. Petersburg, the World's Fair buildings of Chicago, San Francisco, and St. Louis. Structures so massive and ornate that they were allegedly temporary exhibition halls built in months, then demolished. Demolished. Buildings that would take decades to construct today, built as temporary structures and torn down? They weren't built for the World's Fairs. They were already existed. The fairs were the cover story for revealing structures that were already there, then destroying them before anyone asked who really built them. The technology was advanced. Free energy architecture, buildings designed to harvest atmospheric electricity through spires, domes, and antenna-like structures on every rooftop. The ornamental features on pre-1900 buildings aren't decorative. They're functional. Electromagnetic collectors, frequency resonators, energy distribution nodes. Every old building with a spire was a power station. Every dome was a frequency amplifier. Every decorative iron fence was a grounding system. The entire infrastructure of the previous civilization was an energy grid. Free, wireless, unlimited, built into the architecture itself. They did not just erase Tartaria from the maps. They disconnected the grid, removed the technology, capped the spires, filled the basements, then sold you electricity through meters, told you it was progress. The mud flood evidence is global. In every major city, the ground floors of old buildings are partially buried, doors that lead to walls of earth, windows half submerged below street level, entire first floors that are now basements. Cities worldwide show evidence of being buried under 4 to 15 feet of material simultaneously. Not gradual accumulation over centuries, a single event, global, that buried the previous civilization's infrastructure and allowed the current controllers to claim the buildings as their own, after digging out the upper floors and calling the buried levels basements or foundations. The Great Reset isn't coming. It already happened 200 years ago. Civilization was destroyed. Its people were scattered. Its history was rewritten. Its technology was stolen and hidden, and the buildings it left behind were claimed by the families who destroyed it. You live in their buildings, walk their streets, see their architecture every day, and you've been told it was built by people with horse-drawn carts and hand tools. Code, Tartaria erased. Mud flood, free energy grid. Reset, 1800s. The largest country in history disappeared from every map in one generation. No explanation, no war, just gone. The buildings remain, the truth is resurfacing. Look at any building over 150 years old. Look at the buried first floor. Look at the spires. You're living in the ruins of a civilization.
Restored Republic via GCR. Duty note: be prepared with food, cash and medicine. The Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, was soon expected to deliver unfiltered truth directly to the people during a 10-day communication blackout period. Why? Way back over 5 years ago on Sunday, April 25, 2021, the collapse of America, and the world, was becoming apparent when an Obama/Biden/Clinton/Pelosi White House pedophile ring was revealed by Julian Assange in a Fox News Hannity bombshell report. We have hard proof that President Obama ran a pedophile ring out of the White House. See Global Currency Reset, Friday, June 5, 2026, Power, Lies and Trillions, $65 billion Madoff versus $37 trillion Federal Reserve, the biggest Ponzi scheme in history exposed, Friday, June 5, 2026, Breaking U.S. Debt Clock Detonation. Trump's Treasury dollar versus the debt machine, every American owed $516,131 in hidden assets. Friday, June 5, 2026, Breaking, Epic Boom. The National Quantum Initiative, XRP, Nizar and Jazara, and QFS 3.0. Thursday, June 4, 2026, Bruce, new rates of all currency to be revalued will show up on the Forex Sun evening, June 7, 2026. That will be considered the global currency reset. A source said that everything pops on Monday, June 8, 2026. That could refer to Tier 4B, us, the Internet Group. Notification to set appointments and disbursement of tariff dividends, $2,000 to $4,000 a month per citizen for a year. D. Friday, June 5, 2026, imminent, Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. What is coming? Worldwide blackout and rolling waves. Not every city at once. It will look random. It is not. What you will see first: 1. Local power flickers followed by identical maintenance notices across unrelated providers. 2. News channels looping the same frame. No live panels. No calends. 3. Payment apps timing out at login, then reopening with a new terms screen. 4. Airport boards that show on time while terminals are held at the gate. 5. A short tone on radio and TV, then a quiet screen. Do not panic. That is the bridge. What IT means: the blackout is the curtain so the crew can change the set. Martial law is the lock so no one runs the old tricks. The arrests are the receipts that everything you suspected was not only real, it was systemic. The currency reset is the power cord finally plugged into the right outlet. Debt freedom is the first breath after years underwater. How to move through IT. Charge devices now. Screenshot critical info. Keep one device in airplane mode. Turn off auto updates after the first tone. You do not need a surprise patch mid-sequence. Cash on hand for 72 hours. Water, light, calm. Do not chase rumors. Markers will be simple and public. Markers I will post: market feeds that return data void for more than 6 minutes, government portals that show 888.88 or 0000.00 in place of numbers, the first tribunal docket timestamp. You will know the names: QFS wallet props that pair to biometric identity without SSN, Jazara credits labeled reconciliation or fulfilled. After, when screens return, balances will not look like yesterday. Student debt and revolving credit show closed. Mortgage entries say fulfilled or reconciled. Pension values float to a gold index instead of dollar inflation. You will feel the room change before you understand why. Friday, June 5, 2026, National Alert: the Great Thunderstorm of Transformation is here. For your eyes only approved. Emergency Broadcast System activated, Tier 4B ISO 20022 Christian B. Wallace on Telegram. Warning: Thunderstorm of Transformation approaching, EBS blackout imminent, Golden Age imminent, Nizar/Jazar activation. JFK Jr. and Princess Diana Jr. stand together against a dramatic sky filled with lightning and golden light, representing the dawn of a new era. The image captures what many in the awakening community have long anticipated, the return of beloved figures long thought lost, signaling the final phase of humanity's Great Reset. Key elements in this historic visual: JFK Jr., the son of President John F. Kennedy, who many believe survived the 1999 plane crash and has been working behind the scenes for justice and restoration. Princess Diana Jr., the People's Princess, whose tragic 1997 death sparked endless questions. Her presence here symbolizes compassion, truth, and the fight against elite control. The storm, symbolic of the Great Thunderstorm, a massive energetic and systemic shift clearing out corruption. Golden light and lightning, representing divine intervention, enlightenment, and the activation of a new financial and societal system free from debt slavery. The message is clear: international alert, JFK Jr. and Princess Diana Jr., Golden Age Protocol activated, the Great Thunderstorm is coming, system reset to freedom, stand by for the Golden Reset. The old system of control is collapsing. A new age of abundance, transparency, and sovereignty is rising. Nizar/Jazara promises debt forgiveness, prosperity for all, and the dismantling of the corrupt financial matrix. The Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, is expected to deliver unfiltered truth directly to the people during the blackout period. What to do now? Stay calm and centered. Prepare for temporary communication disruptions. Focus on love, unity, and inner strength. Guru Information and Intel, Friday, June 5, 2026. The greatest misdirection in military history, John F. Kennedy Jr. on Telegram. You were watching the Middle East. You were watching the 8 p.m. deadline. Exactly as planned. While the world looked at the Strait of Hormuz, the domestic purge accelerated. Look at the ICE arrest data from the last 48 hours. Up 134%. They are not just deporting illegals. They are extracting the deep state's ground operatives. At the exact same time, the UN-redacted Epstein files are being read into the congressional record. The timing is not a coincidence. The ceasefire was a smokescreen. The real war is happening in your backyard. The elites are trapped. The borders are sealed. The flight logs are secured. They cannot walk down the street. Watch the resignations this week. Watch the sudden health issues of high-profile names. Code, Operation Blindspot/Tier 4B active/The Great Purge. The storm didn't pass. It just changed direction. Friday, June 5, 2026. Eyes on Gitmo wartime analysis. Breaking, Gitmo expansion 2026. Trump tribunals launched under Executive Order 14,189. The $500 million expansion, the 47 flights, Wano 7 on Telegram. Unmarked flights from Andrews Air Force Base, Epstein files revelations, global high-profile arrests and the $500 million Gitmo overhaul signal that a military justice operation targeting treason and elite abuse networks is already in motion under President Trump. QAnon supporters and patriots see this as the accountability phase they have awaited. In late May 2026, the Pentagon approved $500 million for emergency expansion at Guantanamo Bay. Plans call for 89 new holding cells, 3 new courtrooms, a full medical wing and a long-absent communications blackout facility. This replaces prior efforts to shrink the site and prepares for high-level domestic cases involving betrayal, trafficking and sedition rather than standard threats. On May 15, 2026, President Trump signed Executive Order 14,189 reactivating military tribunal authority for civilian national security matters. Those charged with treason, trafficking or espionage now face military courts offering no jury trials, no plea deals and no prolonged appeals. Reports confirm these swift proceedings have already begun. Since May 20, 2026, 47 unmarked flights from Andrews Air Force Base have transported over 200 passengers to Gitmo with classified manifests and peaks like 14 on May 20th, 22nd on May 27th, 31st on June 3rd plus early morning flights on June 4th. The scale points to coordinated processing of serious offenders. Epstein files named hundreds in mid-May. Charges hit the Norway Prime Minister, Goldman Sachs faced resignations, Prince Andrew was arrested during flight surges, Elmidia was removed and Lord Mandelson detained. Trump stated justice is coming as the Gitmo operation intensifies. The system holds 327,000 sealed indictments versus a typical 1,000 annually. This volume matches the expanding tribunal capacity at Gitmo. The facilities target traders and abuse network operators, not foreign terrorists. The tribunals are active now under operational security as the storm advances. Supporters note sudden silences, cancelled appearances and quiet resignations as signs the net is closing. All eyes stay on Gitmo, where the shift from dark to light accelerates through precision strikes on corrupt structures. Justice for traitors has begun and the plan moves forward without pause. Friday, June 5, 2026 huge update. The storm is here. Emergency broadcast system on Telegram. There is now military law under Jazara. 57 deep state banks have been wiped out in the last 72 hours. Daily executions at Gitmo. Troops deploying nationwide. Starlink under heavy fire from the cabal, but it's holding strong as the ultimate quantum shield. Trump is commanding a global military alliance across 200-plus countries. This isn't politics. This is war, on land, sea, air, cyber, and space. The quantum financial system is live. Trillions in stolen wealth are being seized and returned to the people. Debt forgiveness. Wealth redistribution. The end of the cabal's control. Starlink isn't just internet, it's the battlefield grid. Quantum-accurate targeting, defense shields, and counterstrikes that have already neutralized rogue missiles, drones, and frequency attacks from Ukraine to Antarctica. Gitmo is a fortress of justice now. AI courts. Quantum encrypted trials. Biometric records. Confessions flowing. The traitors are finished. The last phase is unfolding. 10 days of darkness incoming. The world you knew is over. The mainstream media is silent, because they're complicit. Executives, producers, anchors, many are on that user list. They mocked the truth as conspiracy while children screamed into cameras, tortured for clicks and control. And now the game has changed. Trump's return equals hell for the cabal. Just 75 days after Trump's reinstatement, this takedown proves he reignited COG protocols from his first term. This wasn't Europol's win, it was a joint allied military strike led by U.S. Cyber Command, Space Force, and European/Russian patriots. The tribunals are ready. Gitmo isn't just open, it's expanding. Kidflix is only the first. 6 more hubs exist. Their names, servers, and dark tunnels are already known. They won't escape. What we think we know. As of Saturday, June 6, 2026, Friday, June 5, 2026. Before he was suicided, John McAfee exposed the largest drug and human traffickers in all of Central America. Angry at Belizean officials for raiding his property on bogus charges, McAfee donated laptops preloaded with spyware to many secretaries within the government. Within a week, the entire government computer system was under my control. I was looking for information that they had set me up for that raid. I didn't find that. I did find out that the Minister of National Defense was the largest drug trafficker in all of Central America, and the Minister of Immigration was the largest human trafficker, Nizar Jazar on Telegram. Friday, June 5, 2026, Texas. This is huge. 10 ICE riders have been found guilty for a July 2025 attack on ICE officers and facilities in Texas that resulted in a police officer being shot and damage to ICE vehicles. Sentencing will take place on June 18, with sentencing ranging from 10 years to life. Alert! General Michael Flynn, America is in the third ARC of history. This is an existential battle for our republic. General Mike Flynn detonates the truth. America faces its third arc of history, as consequential as the Revolution and Civil War. The fight is here, at home, against infiltration, globalists, and the deep state. With Trump, with we the people, the republic will stand. Friday, June 5, 2026, boom. Megyn Kelly drops brutal truth bomb, detonates Mamdani, the socialist fraud exposed, classified broadcast for patriots. Friday, June 5, 2026, just in, trial international busts deep state, global crimes against humanity brought to light, crimes against humanity under international law. Voter fraud, Friday, June 5, 2026, Michigan 2020 election worker testified that 0 military ballots went to Trump, and all ballots were just for Biden, not even down ballot votes. Just Biden. Voters were found with impossible DOBs, with one born in 1928 but registered to vote in 1900, 28 years before they were even born. Military ballots showed a DOB of January 1, 1900. Supervisors refused to explain why and blocked challenges. Ballots were backdated from 11/4 to 11/2. Voters weren't found in electronic or supplemental poll books, so they were added as new voters, with fake January 1, 1900 DOBs. Thousands of similar affidavits document the same fraud nationwide. Patrons don't lie, electronic voting machines and politicians do. The 2020 election was stolen, the Schiff on Telegram. And Friday, June 5, 2026, South Dakota. Election expert shows South Dakota officials that their election system is completely vulnerable to fraud. Loading the entire election system on a separate laptop, he is able to change passwords, decrypt data, manipulate, duplicate, or alter vote totals, outside the official, certified environment. The software isn't hardware-bound or encrypted in a way that prevents unauthorized use and was used in the 2020 election and many others. South Dakota, including Brookings County, has faced separate 2024 to 2025 complaints and petitions exactly about S&S, selling counties laptops not listed on the official EAC certificate for the certified version of the system. This violates state and federal rules. Friday, June 5, 2026, California. This is how Democrats stay in power in California. Martial law on Telegram. U.S. Attorney Bill Saley was kicked off the Elections Committee by Democrats for fighting for voter ID. He exposed how the state's website allows anyone to receive mail-in ballots without a driver's license or social security. You simply check the box, "I don't have one," and are sent a ballot. The Democrats in our legislature in Sacramento kicked me off my Elections Committee for fighting for you, the voters, and speaking up on voter ID. I'm on the website for the state of California to register to vote. On the section where you put in your driver's license, your last four of your social, there's a box underneath each one. It says, "I don't have one. I don't have one." And then you're allowed to proceed to go to vote. What is the agenda here? Why do we let people register to vote and we don't verify their immigration status? We need to instill confidence in our elections. Here's how Democrats rig elections with those mail-in ballots. California moved aggressively toward universal mail-in ballots. Key steps included, 2016 to 2018, laws like the Voters' Choice Act expanded vote-by-mail options. 2020 plus permanent universal mail-in ballots, every registered voter gets a ballot mailed automatically. Ballot harvesting, third parties collecting and delivering ballots was also legalized and expanded. The finishing blow, in 2024 SB 1174 was signed. It locked in the statewide no ID standard, and that right there is how you permanently rig elections forever. No one can ever beat this voter fraud. We need a federal audit of California elections. The punishment for election fraud should be equivalent to the punishment for treason, because that's exactly what it is. Friday, June 5, 2026. If you want to find the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency and vibration. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. He didn't just say it. He proved it. Nikola Tesla was the greatest genius of the 20th century. He gave us alternating current, radio, and wireless communication. But what they didn't teach you in school is that Tesla also discovered how to heal the human body. In 1898, Tesla began experimenting with high-frequency electromagnetic currents passing through the body. He discovered that specific frequencies could stimulate cellular regeneration and restore the body's natural energy field. For 80 years, they told you to rely on chemical pills and scalpels. For 80 years, they hid the fact that your body can be tuned like an instrument. But Tesla's work didn't disappear. It went underground. And now, it's finally coming back. Friday, June 5, 2026. Tartaria was real. An entire civilization was erased from the map 200 years ago. Tartaria on Telegram. Open any map printed before 1850. There it is. Grande Tartary, the largest country on Earth. Stretching from Eastern Europe to the Pacific Ocean. Larger than Russia, China, and India combined. On every map. In every atlas. Referenced in every encyclopedia published before 1900. Then gone. Completely. As if it never existed. No war of conquest recorded. No collapse documented. No transition explained. One century it's the largest nation on Earth, the next century, it's not in any textbook. An entire civilization. Erased. Not conquered, deleted. The architecture tells the story they couldn't fully erase. Every major city in Europe, Russia, and North America contains buildings that don't match their official construction dates. Massive stone structures with impossible engineering, built during periods when the city supposedly had populations of a few thousand people with no industrial capability. The U.S. Capitol building, the British Parliament, the cathedrals of St. Petersburg, the World's Fair buildings of Chicago, San Francisco, and St. Louis, structures so massive and ornate that they were allegedly temporary exhibition halls built in months, then demolished. Buildings that would take decades to construct today, built as temporary structures and torn down. They weren't built for the World's Fairs. They already existed. The fairs were the cover story for revealing structures that were already there, then destroying them before anyone asked who really built them. The technology was advanced. Free energy architecture, buildings designed to harvest atmospheric electricity through spires, domes, and antenna-like structures on every rooftop. The ornamental features on pre-1900 buildings aren't decorative. They're functional. Electromagnetic collectors, frequency resonators, energy distribution nodes. Every old building with a spire was a power station. Every dome was a frequency amplifier. Every decorative iron fence was a grounding system. The entire infrastructure of the previous civilization was an energy grid, free, wireless, unlimited, built into the architecture itself. They didn't just erase Tartaria from the maps. They disconnected the grid, removed the technology, capped the spires, filled the basements. Then sold you electricity through meters and told you it was progress. The mud flood evidence is global. In every major city, the ground floors of old buildings are partially buried. Doors that lead to walls of earth. Windows half submerged below street level. Entire first floors that are now basements. Cities worldwide show evidence of being buried under 4 to 15 feet of material, simultaneously. Not gradual accumulation over centuries. A single event. Global. That buried the previous civilization's infrastructure and allowed the current controllers to claim the buildings as their own, after digging out the upper floors and calling the buried levels basements or foundations. The Great Reset isn't coming. It already happened. 200 years ago. A civilization was destroyed. Its people were scattered. Its history was rewritten. Its technology was stolen and hidden. And the buildings it left behind were claimed by the families who destroyed it. You live in their buildings. Walk their streets. See their architecture every day. And you've been told it was built by people with horse-drawn carts and hand tools. Code, Tartaria erased /mud flood /free energy grid /reset 1800s.
Hello Patriots, I'm at Restored Republic via GCR updates compiled by Judy Byington. Prepare for within 48 hours an EBS activation, global blackout and lockdown. Normal communication will cease for 10 days. Banks will be closed. Trump has mobilized military units worldwide for the greatest military sting operation ever to destroy the Satan-worshipping. Judy note. Prepare for possible EBS activation, blackout, lockdown, and bank closures, with food cash on hand for a possible 10 days of communication darkness while Trump's global military alliance makes worldwide mass arrests of Satan-worshipping pedophiles. White hats are in charge. Trust the plan. Sources at Gitmo have reported that Bush Jr. was executed for 9/11 after implicating his father, the Clintons, Obama, and Biden in a web of treason. European royalty, including the UK, and Catholic Church all the way to the Pope. But now, Obama, the Clintons, and Biden have already undergone military tribunals at Gitmo. Obama is said to be facing execution. He's now giving up the names: Benghazi, Uranium One, child trafficking, and the deep state hierarchy. Hillary Clinton faces identical charges. Both Clintons are believed to have laundered billions through the Clinton Foundation. And there's a link to get that book. For close to 40 years, I've followed satanic coven activities. Here in my home state of Utah, I've collected and turned in perpetrators, name of missing children seen killed in satanic rites, and evidence of rapes and murders of children. And during those 40 or so years have been turned down many times on requests for investigations of perpetrators by legal authorities, including local police departments, county sheriffs, the FBI, and the Utah Attorney General's office. Why? It is my personal opinion that satanic followers are embedded in those police, county sheriff, Utah AG office, CIA, and FBI departments, all the way up to the federal levels. Trump and his teams were doing fantastic jobs of catching, arresting, and getting rid of national and international satanic perpetrators. But those on the local level were still doing their thing without consequences. It's going to take a big wake-up call for the nation and world in order to save the children. EBS, blackout, martial law, lockdowns. Thursday, June 4th, the storm is upon us. Within the next 48 hours, the 7 trumpets will sound on every phone, tablet, and communication device on Earth. Temporary martial law is now live. White Hat's in full control. 10 days of communication darkness incoming and internet down and banks offline. But fear not, the military Starlink apps has already been deployed for secure emergency contact. Over 50,000 deep state traders already loaded onto convoys headed to Gitmo's now new expansion wings. Control blackouts across the globe, timed, targeted, deliberate. Layers of martial law will protect while the old system is silently dismantled. Mass arrests that don't look like mass arrests, sudden resignations, hidden issues, flight cancellations, disappearing press events. At 5:05 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on Thursday, June 4th, humanity reset with final confirmation codes transmitted through the Quantum Financial System Lattice. Tier 4B, ISO 20022 on Telegram. A secure trinity of nodes at Mount Cheyenne, St. Petersburg, and Uluru reported zero interference. The system was sealed, the future locked. The banks you once feared gone, the chains of credit slavery snapped. In their place was a living system, encrypted by light, responding only to heart frequency and truth. Declassified Gitmo documents confirm that the U.S. has been operating under emergency military governance since 2021. Trump never left. He entered a higher command. Now with the final keys turned, the real republic is returning. Every major capital is on alert that London, Vatican, and Brussels have been stripped of diplomatic shields. Special forces were moving in under EBS cover with targets acquired. Names you know and faces you trusted. It's over. But for you, it's just the beginning. The age of deception has collapsed. The age of sovereignty has risen. Welcome to the other side of the storm.
Imminent what is coming. Tier 4B ISO 2022 on Telegram. Worldwide blackout in rolling waves. Not every city at once. It will look random. It is not. Martial law overlay to keep streets quiet while the old rails are drained. Flight delays. Cancelled pressers. Global currency reset that flips value from paper promises to asset weight. Freedom from cabal debt as legacy ledgers convert to zero or fulfilled. What you will see first. 1. Local power flickers followed by identical maintenance notices across unrelated providers. 2. News channels looping the same frame. No live panels. No call-ins. 3. Payment apps timing out at login, then reopening with a new terms screen. 4. Airport boards that show on time, while terminals are held at the gate. 5. A short tone on radio and TV, then a quiet screen. Do not panic. That is the bridge. What it means. The blackout is the curtain so the crew can change the set. Martial law is the lock so no one runs the old tricks. The arrests are the receipts that everything you suspected was not only real, it was systemic. The currency reset is the power cord finally plugged into the right outlet. Debt freedom is the first breath after years underwater. How to move through it. Charge devices now. Screenshot critical info. Keep one device in airplane mode. Turn off auto updates after the first tone. You do not need a surprise patch mid-sequence. Cash on hand for 72 hours. Water, light, calm. Do not chase rumors. Markers will be simple and public. Markers I will post. Market feeds that return data void for more than 6 minutes. Government portals that show 888.88 or 000.0 in place of numbers. The first tribunal docket timestamp. You will know the names. QFS wallet prompts that pair to biometric identity without SSN. GESARA credits labeled reconciliation or fulfilled. After. When screens return, balances will not look like yesterday. Student debt and revolving credit show closed. Mortgage entries say fulfilled or reconciled. Pension values float to a gold index instead of dollar inflation. You will feel the room change before you understand why. Do not let fear write the story for you. The cabal sold you a lifetime lease on your own future. That contract is about to be void. Stay here. I will call the markers as they land. If this channel goes quiet, it means the broadcast grid has taken custody and the sequence is live. Hold your position. Breathe. Watch the quiet.
Global Currency Reset, Nisara Jisara Definition and History. There's a link to Nisara Jisara United States of America. Thursday, June 4th, gold dethrones the king. ECB confirms barbarous relic has overtaken treasuries as top global reserve asset. Zero hedge. Thursday, June 4th, the big call, Bruce. On Friday, June 5th, the Clarity Act for XRP cryptocurrencies tied to the quantum financial system could be announced as passed. President Trump's face will be on a new $250 U.S. note. All currency to be revalued will show up on the Forex. Sunday evening, June 7th, 2026. That will be considered the global currency reset. A source said that everything pops on Monday, June 8th, 2026. That could refer to Tier 4B, notification to set appointments and disbursement of tariff dividends, $2,000 to $4,000. Thursday, June 4th, bank shutdowns mask the final transfer. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. High security operations were moving at full speed. Unmarked convoys were leaving federal complexes at night carrying sealed containers and classified files to underground military facilities. Treasury insiders report massive data migrations from legacy bank servers into QFS nodes. Accounts being reconciled and hidden assets tagged for public release under Nisara Jisara. IRS central databases offline. Teams inside buildings cataloging evidence of tax, fraud, black budgets, and secret slush funds. Every dollar will be tracked and exposed. In several states, federal courtrooms were dark but not empty. Night sessions held under military oversight. Sealed indictments being unsealed and resealed ahead of mass disclosure. QFS test payments already hitting foreign partner banks under shutdown cover. The shutdown has begun, but was only the curtain. Behind it, the old system is being gutted, and the new one is already humming. What the world will see next will break the illusion forever. What we think we know is a Friday, June 5th, 2026. Thursday, June 4th, Spain, UK. Tens of thousands of Spanish patriots just stormed the streets, demanding the resignation of socialist left-wing Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez, who has betrayed his people. Sanchez, resignation now. This comes after UK patriots marched to oust Keir Starmer. Take your countries back. Sanchez has been a traitor to his ally. America, time for Spain to wake up. Nisara Jisara on Telegram. And Thursday, June 4th, 2026. This is a prime example of fraud and waste inside California's homeless industrial complex. The state of California bought a hotel for $8 million in 2020, now wants $20 million to fix it. That is $625,000 per homeless person, with 6 years later nothing to show. Dark to light, now on Telegram. Thursday, June 4th, breaking special report. Trump signs powerful executive order to shut down bank accounts used for AMG News. Thursday, June 4th, breaking now. Commander-in-Chief Trump ready to veto war powers resolution if it reaches the Oval Office. Voter fraud. Thursday, June 4th, South Dakota. Election experts show South Dakota officials that their election system is completely vulnerable to fraud, loading the entire election system on a separate laptop. He is able to change passwords, decrypt data, manipulate, duplicate, or alter vote totals outside the official certified environment. The software isn't hardware bound or encrypted in a way that prevents unauthorized use and was used in the 2020 election and many others. South Dakota, including Brookings County, has faced separate 2024 to 2025 complaints and petitions exactly about ES&S selling counties laptops not listed on the official EAC certificate for the certified version of the system. This violates state and federal rules. Thursday, June 4th, illegal migrants caught registering and voting through the Biden administration's own policies, NGOs, and other illegal methods. 17th letter on Telegram. Executive Order 14019 and loose interpretations of the National Voter Registration Act, Motor Voter Law, are forcing federal agencies and taxpayer-funded NGOs to hand out voter registration forms to non-citizens. Straight from the border, millions of illegal migrants released into the U.S. under Biden-Harris policies ended up receiving driver's licenses, work permits, and voter registration materials, creating a pipeline for fraud. Non-citizens are being given forms at DMVs, agencies, or NGOs and told to sign, turning them into unwitting or deliberate criminals while undermining U.S. elections. These tactics are then used to flood voter rolls, to cook the books when committing election fraud. This is why they don't want to clean the voter rolls. Whether they're considered active or not, they need to all be removed from the rolls.
Your thoughts aren't all yours. They broadcast frequencies into your skull and call it inner dialogue. In 1974, the U.S. military patented a device that transmits audible speech directly into the human skull without any external sound. Patent number 3900-134. Apparatus and method for remotely monitoring and altering brainwaves. Public record, searchable, 52 years old. The technology uses microwave pulses, modulated at specific frequencies, that the human auditory cortex decodes as sound. No earphones, no speakers, no device on your body. A directed beam from any distance, and you hear a voice inside your head. You'd call it a thought. You'd call it intuition. You'd call it your inner voice. You'd never suspect it came from outside, because it sounds exactly like you, thinking. The program evolved. By 1994, under DARPA project Medusa, mob excess deterrent using silent audio, the technology could target individuals in a crowd. One person hears the transmission. Everyone around them hears nothing. The target cannot prove they're hearing anything, cannot record it, cannot demonstrate it to anyone else. Behavioral nudging. Low-level transmissions over extended periods that gradually shift beliefs, preferences, and decision patterns. Not a single dramatic voice. A slow, imperceptible drift in how you think. Over weeks, months, years. You change your mind about something and believe it was growth. It was programming. Military-grade firmware that enables targeted neural transmission while preserving civilian communications. The towers still work. Your phone still connects. But the weapon function is being stripped, node by node. Your next random thought might actually be random. For the first time in decades, not every voice in your head is yours. Not every thought you think originated in your brain. The broadcast is ending. The silence that follows will feel like freedom. They patented putting voices in your head in 1974. Public record. And they called the victims crazy. Share this. Mr. Kidpool 17.
Fraud. Thursday, June 4th, Obama-Biden cronies caught stealing $29 billion in taxpayer cash. EPA Chief Zeldin drops criminal referrals to DOJ for massive green energy heist. Carolyn Levitt on Telegram. John Solomon says EPA Chief Lee Zeldin just informed him that Obama and Biden administration officials ran a massive self-dealing scam, funneling $29 billion in green energy grants to their buddies, former cabinet secretaries, big Democrat donors, political activists, including a Stacey Abrams-linked group that got $2 billion despite almost zero revenue. Zeldin blocked the money, uncovered the pass-through nonprofits used to launder it to insiders, and has now made several criminal referrals to the DOJ. Read that again. Obama's $29 billion heist, planned by Barack Hussein Obama.
Hello, this is John Michael Chambers. Breaking news and updates with Juan O'Savin and a glimpse into the forecast of what we may see later on in 2026. Thank you, Juan, for joining us here. Good morning over there.
Yeah, it's a beautiful day. It's going to be a nice sunny day.
Let's launch right into it, Juan. I want to talk about the economy. Obviously, we have the results of the backwardation issue we spoke about months ago now coming home to roost for the central bank system and the Federal Reserve. Do you care to unpack, in layman's terms, for the average Joe, what is happening in the central banks with the futures contracts, the silver market, and how do you see this playing out? I mean, it's happening right now, and to me, it's unprecedented, historic, volatile, and great news, but there's be a lot of twists and turns. What do you see happening? How can you explain it and forecast what's about to develop?
Well, I mean, I've talked to your listeners and many other audiences for quite a long time about the metal, specifically silver, the more volatile metal, much more volatile than gold, and the suppression of silver. The reason that it's going to ratchet up fairly dramatically, in part, is because it's slingshotting back to some stable location where it should be relative to the economy, and not just specifically gold, but to the industrial use of silver. Silver is extremely important in this modern age. It's not just for electrical conductivity, but within computer chips, the server systems, and new technologies that are coming in line as we move to other power systems, means of powering whole cities, whole countries. President Trump just did this deal with the fusion operation, going into the fusion energy market. The technology is valid. We have several different methods where we can generate power through variations of what is commonly known as a fusion process. We can do it in micro bubbles, mini suns types of things. There's patents that have been around for a very, very long time. In fact, the formula for power output greater than power input, not power from nowhere, energy from nowhere, because that no patents exist on that, but there's actually several dozen patents that are in play for power output over input, based on getting power out of subatomic mass and other ways of generating, Hutchison effect, all sorts of things. So we know that there's things in there. All of these technologies require excellent energy transfer, and silver, even at many times its current price, is still the best material to transmit that power between locations, if you will. as a conductor of electricity. There's stuff that isn't even known in the public side, even in the batteries. Samsung's got some new battery technology that they have that requires a significant amount of silver. That's actually a heavy battery. There's lighter versions that can also be brought online that require a couple of different metals, not just silver. So you're also seeing palladium, platinum moving with silver. Most people aren't paying attention to that. They're moving with silver in their value increases. And so there's kind of a broad, change that's occurring right now. One thing, too, just as an aside, when the Great Depression happened in 1929, during the entire next decade, technically even the next 2 decades, the most stable market as a category of business was mining. And so you're looking at a situation where there's a lot of ways to play the silver market, but the most direct is tied even to the Constitution. Only gold and silver are noted in the Constitution for metals to be used as currency, legal tender. And with that in mind, as we go from this Federal Reserve system, this international reserve system, Federal Reserve being no more federal than Federal Express, we're going to go back to a metals-based financial system. And what you're really doing when you're buying silver or gold is you're just getting there before everything else happens to arrive there. So you're jumping ahead to where we're going to end up with real silver, real gold as the material that we conduct our transactions with. And by the way, we'll still use paper currency. We'll still use dots and tittles on a computer screen. But the bills that you pass, the legal tender, will be silver or gold-based certificates tied via a serial number to actual pallets of gold and silver in the Treasury's control. This is what Kennedy did with the silver certificates. In many people's estimation, was because he was threatening to overthrow the bankers' control, if you will, globally by returning to metals-backed currency. Had he survived to a second term, that was one of the major pushes that he was going to do. And remember that President Trump, from the outset, has used several cues to help people to see that he intends to pick up where President Kennedy left off. For example, when Melania wore the blue dress on Inauguration Day back in 2017, it notes in her website that the color of blue that the dress was and the color of the boxes of the presents presented to the Obamas at the porch of the White House were Tiffany blue. A color created by Jackie Kennedy when they redesigned the paint scheme for Air Force One, which she sat on the committee, headed the committee for that work. And so Tiffany blue, heralding back to the Kennedys from the very outset. And remember that every dress that she wore was a flag, had symbology within the language of flags. And that's why from the very outset, they were letting you know this is going to be pick up where the Kennedy administration left off, including inside the money. So let me just add this one thing. There's lots of gyrations. Silver did exactly what I told your audience and many other audiences it was going to do over the last several years. In fact, when we introduced the silver coins, the Megador, back in 2023, the date that we offered it first in October happens to be the date that was the turning point, if you look at the graphs, when silver began its march to its current pricing. and literally called it to the day. And I've done other stuff related specifically to silver, going all the way back to the close of the silver window in London, which I called about 6 weeks in advance, and people can verify that with me, the Guerrilla Economist. I nailed it with precision, and nobody else believed it was possible. All the pundits, everybody else, I was full of it. Well, I wasn't. I know this market pretty well. In fact, it's another interesting thing, the atomic weight for silver, 107. So it's just kind of a fun little detail. But the problem for the speculators, the markets, whatever, is that silver has to rise radically from where it's at right now to be stable within the currency exchanges, etc. The other way to look at it, however, isn't that the silver's really changing in price as much as you think. What's actually happening is the value of the paper dollar is going down. It's under attack. It's being undermined by the actions of President Trump, because the dollar, as traded around the world, it's a Federal Reserve note. It's a promise. It's a political promise, and it is. It's actually what we're going after. It's no more federal than Federal Express, the Federal Reserve. It's a private banking group operation. Through political fraud, the printing of our currency was moved to the Federal Reserve System. And this was an attack on the sovereignty of America. For over 100 years, our ability to conduct business as a nation has been usurped with this fraudulent currency, and then we pay a service fee for a debt that we can never get out from underneath because of the way it is printed. You create debt, and then you print money to cover that debt, including the payback. It's a fraud.
Yes.
So, in what President Trump is doing, he's getting ready to switch to constitutional money. It's one of the two most important things he will do during this time in office, during his entire time in office, is return us to honest money. And you'll see this over time as we switch from paying the debts of America with Federal Reserve notes from a government position to paying our debts, including things like Social Security and Medicare and all sorts of other things that our government has to pay for, paying for it with Treasury certificates tied to actual physical gold and silver on deposit. There's a little variation I won't go into here. I don't think it's quite time yet, but there's, people say, well, there's enough gold and silver in there to do that. And there is a path forward that's actually very, very, very solid. So we'll cross that bridge as we get to it further down the road. But it's an important, solid plan. We're having a war, a global war, not with bullets necessarily, but with economies, and creating the tariff and then moving production, manufacturing back home, including the mining. A nation's wealth requires a couple of things. You have to have the raw resources, which we do have plenty of raw resources, including, things like people could be asking about the rare earths and things like that. We got it as much as more than any other country. Plus, we have the ability to extract it much more efficiently and find it in places that other countries think they have some exclusive tap to it. We got it too. We just have the ability to go deeper, wider to get to it in ways that other people may not have even have thought of yet. So you can't count out America and being able to take care of itself. The next thing is of course, tied to this that Trump is doing. And at some level, you would think it's separate. It's actually tied very, very closely together, the elections. The ability to have honest elections is actually tied very intricately to honest money. And when you have honest elections, you'll get decisions, actions by politicians that are of the people, by the people, for the people. Right now, you have people in office who are not actually interested in the welfare of America. They're interested in lining their own pockets and various other alliances that they may be involved in. And so by switching and getting back to people that actually represent the population, the person that you voted gets into office and does what you want and are asking him to do. That's very different than what we have right now. So those are the two most important things: honest elections and honest money. That's what President Trump intends to take when he leaves this world, stands before God Almighty in heaven, great white throne judgment. I did what I was supposed to do. The most important thing, I returned honest weights and measures to the way that the people of America are governed and ruled.
Beautiful. Thank you, Juan. And those want to look into what Juan's talking about, JFK, that's Executive Order 11110 on restoring the silver certificates. Elon Musk is on record very recently echoing the sentiments, as you've stated, Juan, the importance of silver in industrial usage, especially with the robotics and technology, and a bit of a concern of the shortage of it. It looks like the handcuffs of coming off the central bank manipulation of the futures contracts, sending silver through the moon, or as you stated, getting more bang for the dollar. But I want to talk about elections, but before we do, a couple of quick things. And we can be brief on this. You've covered it before, but we have a lot of gyrations, a lot of things moving around. Hopefully you're still with us in the global financial reset. You talked about the bond implosion emanating from Japan, hitting LA and New York hard in the municipal bond market. Talk about briefly where we're at in the overall bond situation beyond municipals. Is this crisis still here? Will it deepen as you forecasted a while back? Any comments on the bond issue?
Well, municipal is actually, there's so many of them, it's a big deal just by number, but the real weight is into, the school bonds, the various other types. You have water districts, you have electrical districts, you have road districts, all sorts of development, stadiums, all sorts of things. The bond issue is this hidden monster. It's 1,000 landmines